production. What's going on, y'all? This is Sir Yeetus. This is episode 44. And I think this topic is something that needs to be brought up since yesterday, right? Because yesterday, things got out of control. All right? Just for a brief second. But there's other things that needs to be incorporated with that situation, such as holding other men accountable. I'm definitely going to be reading the comments first, and then we're going to be starting the topic today. Oh, and on top of that, I made a survey earlier today about what can be improved to go to the live streams. After today, I'll definitely be working on the monologues about the topic, so things can be much more clear of what I'm trying to put across. So let's look at what the comments have to say. Don't worry, Rishi will be coming here soon. Don't worry about it. He's not gone. He'll be coming back very soon. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? And under Chronic, taking a quick trip, see how I'm doing. Hyping up the live stream. Thank you very much. Spec Ops, yes. Yesterday was phenomenal. Yesterday there was a shit ton of gems that was dropped. Okay. Anytime that I bring TFM on, there's always gonna be gems that everybody needs to learn. Me, Rishi, or anybody in the chat. Speaking of Rishi, all right, that was weird. All right, I'm back. That was weird as hell. Who I have here is the one and only Rishi. What's going on, man?
Yo, what's up?
I'll read a couple comments right quick. I have to set up. I was caught off guard. I didn't keep track of time. Give me 1 second.
Turd Flinging Monkey and Hammerhand joined the call. Yep, they did. Yesterday was awesome. Very true. I haven't watched all of yesterday's live streams. You should. I'll have to listen to what happened last night again. Was too drunk last night due to being snowed in off the mountain at the gym now. Good luck, man. Get your gains. Get your gains. Yes, I am in the house. Oh, bro. Mayor, bruh. You don't have to be like that to Mayor. It got a little heated, but you don't have to be like that to Mayor. Rishi, eat some shroom for us. What do I look like? A cannibal? Then I'm going to eat my own kind? What do you think this is? I'm no cannibal, bro.
All right, I'm back.
Eat. All right.
Did you read any good comments yet?
Nah. TFM is the best robot pussy salesman.
How are you going to see that nonchalant?
I don't know, bro. I think Phil, I don't think he. You think that's right?
Well, I think it's right. Yeah, personally, he's a big advocate of sex dolls.
Yeah, but he doesn't exactly sell them. He advocates for them.
Yeah, he advocates. There's a big difference.
I think
TFM advocates. I
think
highly advise men to go that route. He doesn't actually go out of his way to try to, like,
sell
hey,
them.
yeah. I'm gonna add somebody else to the stream. The one, the only, Mayor Mercules. What's going on, man?
Puniti, my brothers.
Yo,
Puniti. So
Puniti.
it seems that with the conversation of yesterday, there's a couple of people in the comments that has something to say, which I think is completely unnecessary, but I am going to be clicking on this one. Mayor was literally drunk, rambling, and exposed himself as the loser he is. What do you have to say about that, Mayor?
So, have you ever been in a conversation with somebody who acts like they're going to give you the floor, and then before you can complete your statement and get your idea out, you're cut off? Have you ever been in that conversation before?
I have, yes.
At a certain point, you got to realize the person that you're talking to is only listening with the intent to respond, not to hear you.
And before you get to, you have no disrespect towards TFM, right? It was just a conversation.
There's no hard feelings towards them at all. No disrespect. But what I was trying to speak on is something that I have real life experience in. And I was interrupted by somebody who refuses to even try to have that experience.
And J Troll, I'm gonna keep real with you right now. It's not about roast. It's two men talking about two different types of approach when it comes to the gynocentric system. Okay? It ain't about no roasting or nothing. I talked to TFM, I talked to Mayor. It's not even like that, J Troll. So you personally need to chill the fuck out.
It's in his name. It's J Troll. I mean, he says it in his name. Just trolls will be trolls. Let them be. I don't travel underneath bridges anyways. I'm more or less likely to burn bridges.
Oh, he already did. He already did. Because he is hidden from this channel. Yay.
I wouldn't go that far.
No, I don't give a fuck. Okay,
Trolls are trolls, but I mean,
I don't give a fuck.
He wants to say that I exposed myself, whatever. But he's exposing
I don't give
himself
a shit.
as the more that he shit talks.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck. If you're here, you spewing out bullshit that wasn't even the actual situation. You ain't gonna be in my live stream trying to instigate at all. I can give two fucks.
Yeetus holds the ban hammer, so respect
And
it.
you think I give a fuck? The free speech bullshit that everybody wants to spew, it is not on my channel. It's not on my Discord. None of that shit. Okay? If you have a valid fucking reason or opinion, of course I'm going to listen to that. But if you're here, you're trying to tarnish a man's name out of assumptions, fuck your feelings. I don't give a fuck. And if anybody else has an issue with that shit, y'all can leave too. I don't give a fuck. Because right now, we're trying to have some constructive conversations. If you're here trying to troll and trying to stew up some bullshit that's not even there, you can leave.
Well,
you guys can easily
kind of goes
watch
back to the Discord conversation that we were having. I mean, that's what females do. Is stir up drama that's not even there.
Exactly. Y'all can easily go to a different fucking manosphere, fucking crazy bullshit, and try to start some drama there. But here, I can't give no fucks. All right, now that's just me being nice. If you don't have no valid thing to say, if you're here just trying to tarnish a man's name, you motherfuckers can leave. I don't give a fuck. The fuck? Fuck out of here.
Because here's the thing. I'm still here. I'm still willing to participate in these conversations. Put my 2 cents in when I think that it's worth it.
I'm gonna keep it real. Yes, TFM, he's the OG MGTOW, but doesn't mean he's safe from criticism.
No one's above reproach.
No, nobody is above. Nobody's above that shit. I'm not above it. Rishi's not above it. Mayor's not above it. So just because TFM is the OG MGTOW doesn't mean that you're just gonna tarnish somebody's name because TFM disagrees with that person. That shit ain't gonna fly here. I'm just putting it out there. I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck how you feel. This ain't no free speech bullshit. This platform ain't free speech in the first place. So why would I give a fuck? Anyway, I'm going to be reading the live streams right quick before I start my topic. Not the live stream, the comments. If y'all want to talk about, but my free speech, get the fuck on somewhere. I don't give a fuck. Because if you hear you trying to speak out, this is my free speech. This is my free speech. You probably have some stupid ass shit to say. And it's better for you to leave than for me to clown your bitch ass on the live stream. All right, there. Okay, so good. All right. So are you guys ready for the stream? The topic?
Let's do it.
Let's go.
And before I start the topic, I have heard you guys and I've seen the poll that I did earlier today. After this live stream, there will be some changes, and we're going to be talking about it between me and Rishi. Because, especially from yesterday, it was my fault. I did add too many people onto the live stream, and that's definitely going to change. So, when it comes to that, the topic today is men hold other men accountable. What do you mean by that, sir? Yeetus? What you talking about? You see, when it comes to man, we have a way higher expectation than women and children. All right? So, similar to what the Godfather said in the movie Godfather, Vito Corleone, men and women can't be careless, but not men. We can't afford to be careless. Our reputation won't be restored. Our reputation won't be good whatsoever. Once we fuck up, whether it's no matter how small or how big, it will be attached to us for the rest of our lives. When it comes to women or model women, they can literally kill somebody in front of you and they'll be let go scot-free. Okay. So let's excuse the extremes. Let's go to the situation that I was talking about earlier, because there was a conversation I had on Discord when it comes to men talking shit about other men behind other men, like behind their back. Okay. Actual men, actual masculine men, they don't talk shit about other men behind their back. Okay. There's a difference between constructive criticism and actually trying to tarnish a man's name. All right. I ain't even talking about yesterday. I'm talking about in general, because I dealt with that shit personally, where some bitch boy fucking soy beta fuck trying to tarnish my name behind everybody else's back, and he thought that the people that he was talking to will not come back to me. Okay. And if you're actually a masculine fucking man, you will actually bring your grievances to the man himself, face to fucking face. Before I continue, what do you guys say about that, Mayor?
Oh, that's absolutely right. And it's women who sit in knitting circles do that shit. They sit around like a pack of crows, complaining and bitching about the ones that aren't there. Because if Susan told Becky to her face, you know that their fake friendship would dissolve. Because again, when women aren't actually friends with other women, they fucking hate each other. Because they know what they're about.
And don't get me wrong, yes, there will be men out there that be able to get away with talking shit behind a man's back. All right, because they're probably talking to people that are too afraid to call them out on that bullshit. All right, I don't like to gossip at all. I don't like to the gossip shit is fucking old. So when a homie is like, "Oh, you heard about this person, you heard about that person," that look on his face, where I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Unless that person involves me personally, I don't give a fuck what he does. What you had to say about that, Mayor?
Oh, that's just saying, what's that got to do with the cost of beans?
Exactly.
Was that really important to bring up? Is that something that's really making you struggle in your life? Some bullshit that somebody did at work, and you're gonna just shit talk them to everybody else at work?
And that's the biggest thing, right? So when it comes to a man trying to be a fucking Judas to the supposed homeboy or whatever, just talking shit behind his back, and then they act so shocked when that man finds out, because once again, rumors, they spread pretty fast. And depending on the details, that man can link on who the fuck was talking shit. And then when that man confronts that dude that was talking shit behind his back, now he wants to be like, "Hey, bro, you making a big deal, but what are you doing, bro? What are you doing, man? I didn't say that. I said this. I said that. Blah, 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 blah." Why the fuck do you have my name in your mouth in the first place? That's not positive. If you have an issue, tell me right now. What the fuck you have? What issue do you have with me? Tell me. What makes you go out of your way, out of your life, your schedule, that you need to take time out of your day to talk shit about me? What the fuck you gotta say to me? Oh man, come on, bro. I didn't say no like that. Come on, man. Come on, man. You know me, bro. You know I ain't gonna say shit. Don't believe those dudes. Don't believe them, man. I'm sure Mayor can relate, right?
Yep, absolutely. We've all had to deal with that at some point.
I agree.
You call somebody out for their shit talking, and they immediately try to walk it back. They don't want to be held to account. And when they are held to account, they will lie just to try and save face. But from what, though? They're afraid of the same criticism that they're so willing to give out?
I agree 1,000,000%, man. And I'm only saying this now because there was people that I knew actively trying to defend men talking shit behind other man's back.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? All humans do it. All humans talk shit about other men behind their back. What are you talking about, man? Why you making a big deal, bro? Okay, not just men talk shit about people behind their back.
criticizing and talking shit are not the same thing.
Not the same. I agree. If you have constructive criticism, that's fine. But if you hear you trying to attack the person, you're a bitch. You're a straight up bitch. Rishi, do you have anything to say about that? Like what we talked about so far?
Yeah, like you start like using ad homs. You're either like heated or you know you're losing the argument. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but even losing an argument, the guy could be with his homeboys or whatever. And he's talking mad shit, trying to tarnish your name behind your back instead of trying to tell you his grievances in person.
That's very effeminate behavior. That's social, reputation destruction, bro.
Yep.
It's not acceptable.
Oh, give me 1 second. Tim Elgato. Really, who gives a fuck what other people say? True self-worth comes from within. But here's the difference between man and man. When it comes to, depending on what's said, that shit can't slide. It can't slide whatsoever.
Yeah, there are certain rumors that are unforgivable to be spreading.
Exactly. And all those excuses when a man confronts the dude in person, that is, no. You can't excuse that shit at all. Especially, what's that rumor of you are a registered offender? Or about to be? That's the closest I could talk about on this stream.
Those are the kind of lies that that destroy the life of the person that it's being told about, but it's also very dangerous for the person spreading that rumor.
Exactly. How can you not confront the man that's spreading some crazy ass rumor, talking all that mad shit about you? Nothing about the argument, nothing about what you talked about prior. Just you as a person. He's going out of his way in his life to try to ruin your life. How can you not confront that dude at that point? All right, I'm gonna add this one person real quick. Lord Pepsi, what are you doing?
What's up, Lord?
Yo, what's up?
How you doing, Pepsi?
Hey, doing good.
Do you have anything about the topic that I spoke about so far?
Yeah, man, holding other men accountable or calling them out. It's good to keep us to check ourselves, make sure that our space is healthy and competitive, because that promotes growth.
Well, with other situations, whether a man doesn't keep their word or they're literally talking mad shit about you as a person behind their back, you will confront that person, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, you can't let that fly. And you know what? When bitches be running their mouths off, that's female behavior right there, and I just laugh at that. Like, I just smirk and say, "Oh, really? You know, you tell me at least," and let them look the fool.
Yeah, and between a woman and children, that's expected that they're gonna be talking shit behind your back. That's whatever. Like, all right, fuck it. She's just gonna spread all these lies without any proof, which I want to say whatever because it could be a bad situation, depends on what she says. But besides the bad shit, whatever she says, whatever the child says, that's expected. But when another man, especially another man that you know, is talking shit behind your back about your character and stuff, nothing about your argument, no constructive criticism. They're just talking about you as a person. Can you not confront that guy?
Oh no, and you know what? Sometimes, unfortunately, that particular word doesn't get around to you. You just get like a certain reaction from the homies or other people, like, damn, they're giving me the cold shoulder, or I get like a different reaction, and that kind of makes you suspect, like, damn, maybe someone's been spreading rumors on me. Other times you might get lucky and you might have someone, let's say, pull you to the side and be like, hey, homeboy over here be saying this and that.
But it's just a crazy thing when you confront that dude. You know, this fucking coward. They want to act like, oh, come on, what you talking about, man? I didn't say nothing. Where you get this information from, bruh? Why you overreacting?
You know they're a known liar. Why would you believe them?
Yeah. You know, I come from the hood, and it's like we kind of kept that clean, so to speak, because there was really like only one gang or that was like predominant. But then from there, like that was just it. So that was, I can't speak too much on that, but I've had those experiences in the workplace or on the field playing sports with other men saying, hey, you know, this guy be saying this and that, you know. And
I confronted motherfuckers. Like, what you got? What's your problem with me, bro? What you got to say? I'm right here in your face.
And, you know, sometimes it'd be smack talk, but then when it's like spreading rumors, like the serious stuff that could get you fired, or they say, oh, this person voted for the wrong president, whatever. You don't know if they have like an agenda on you, or they just don't like you, or whatever.
But when you confront them, they want to act stupid.
Yeah, you know, and sometimes that's all it takes. Where like I'm more tactful, I'm more careful about that. I'll pull them to the side and be like, hey, you know, like whatever, you know, that's just me. You know, try to prevent that from happening. But you ain't gonna please everyone. If you're successful in your grift, you got your channel right, and you know your haters gonna hate, you know. And if they want to be bitches like that, then just let them.
But haters gonna hate is a lot different when you're being a hypocrite online.
Yeah.
I know a couple of examples. But when it comes to people trying to tarnish or talk shit about you, and then when you confront them, I'm talking about just men. When you confront them, they want to be a bitch boy. It's very difficult to not fucking rock them in the goddamn face.
Yeah.
Because between men, we know for the longest time, hell, since the dawn of our current species, you know, trying to tarnish a man's reputation, that can be fatal.
Yeah, they can be. Now, one would think, hopefully, like if someone comes to me, right, and I hear someone spreading rumors on someone else, or just talking smack or even criticizing, now that's when I myself and hopefully other men realize, damn, this guy, he's trying to smear this guy. This other homeboy over here, he ain't here to defend himself. So this person might be talking smack behind my back. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. And the fact that the argument saying, "Oh, all humans talk shit behind their back," yeah, I'm not denying that. Yeah, every human is potential to do that. When you get caught and you get called out, don't bitch out.
Oh yeah.
Man up and take your lumps.
Yeah,
if you're gonna talk shit, then fucking own up to it.
Yeah, definitely. And I could understand like internet drama between YouTube channels, you know, the manosphere calling each other out, like, you know, go, you know, hit them up and have a debate, you know.
Literally, that's what Under Chronic for the most part, that's what he does. Like, if you have an issue with me, all right, debate your stance. I'll invite you to a debate. But 9 times out of 10,
welcome.
these people are too pussy to even confront them.
Yeah, because that's the hard truth. I mean, we hardcore about that. We're on the fringe. We're like I can't say that word, but like red pill hardcore people, right? And I mean, so be it. You know, it's quality over quantity.
I agree. And I don't give a fuck about anybody's feelings. If you want to put my name in your motherfucking mouth, and you're talking shit, let alone if you're talking about some serious shit, you're going to see me.
Yeah. And on the real, like when we reaching out, well, we do it with the truth. And yeah, we may be small in numbers, you know, on the real, but we're potentially changing lives. And I'd rather reach out to the young brother and be like, hey, check this out, and have a great impact on his life, change his world, and I'm good. Like I done did what I wanted to.
Yep, and exactly like, you know, I expect my mom to talk shit if I potentially fuck up. Whatever it is, it's just whatever. But if somebody like my mom or my cousin or brothers or whatever, they talk shit behind my back with no actual valid reason, I will definitely excommunicado, cut ties.
And you know, on that, like, there's some people that go ahead.
I said they're lucky they don't get any more than that. Beyond lucky, they don't get any more than that. Because in my opinion, if you're willing to talk shit and negative aspect behind my back, like what Mayor said, there's a difference between constructive criticism and actually trying to tarnish a man's name. If you're willing to trash my name behind my back, what else? I wonder are you willing to do against me?
Yeah. Now the thing that I do, as far as being tactful, I know I said that twice already, but I make sure that I'm diplomatic across my public relations, so to speak. You know, be respectful. You know, just have your hold up to your own. In other words, and people will see that, be like, wait, this motherfucker. I thought he was. Homeboy said blah blah blah. I thought he was different, but he be treating me with respect. And wow, but this guy, I didn't think he was what I've heard, and that's how I protect myself in my case. You know. You know.
I definitely understand what you're saying, man. I do. I'm not saying, oh, you know, flip out the newest person try to talk shit to you.
Yeah.
I'm saying like the people that's close in your life, or even friends that will go behind your back and talk negative about you, and not even try to say it to your face. Here's the big thing, gentlemen. I will have much more respect if a friend or whoever it is come to my face and tell me what they don't like about me.
Yeah. You know, some people, they cancel themselves out from your life. You know, and unfortunately, there's some experiences. You know, they experience it with their bosses, with loved ones. You know, it's more critical. Of, you know, in other cases, just friends, they could just do away with. You know, some people, they can't cut people off in such a way, but those who you can, you try to find a way to cut them out of your life somehow.
Exactly. And men, we are naturally confrontational. So, of course, if you see a man or hear a man talking shit about a man behind another man's back, of course you're going to deem that dude as a coward. Of course. Yeah. Because how bitch made do you need to be that you don't bring your issue to that person himself, but you got to talk trash to other people around him just so that you can feel good about yourself.
Oh yeah, that's and again, one could hope that more and more men. Well, it's like that saying that birds of a feather flock together, something like that, and you know these little homies be running their mouths off with each other. It's like nah, just just get away from them, you know. But again, like you're saying, like if it's your friends or like loved ones or a boss or like coworkers, someone that has a real impact in your life, that's more harder to get away with. Then honestly, in that situation, best thing you could do is just like do your best and prove them wrong, show them wrong with your actions, and just hope for the best from there.
Exactly. I agree, man. But do you have anything to say to the Warband before I move on to the next caller?
You know, I called in for your last live stream about the Manosphere. How there's like different factions and groups, different, you know, TFM and Mayor having a heated discussion. Let's say.
Did I add you or did you leave?
I'm sorry.
Said, did I add you or did you leave during that live stream?
No, I had to go gym time and stuff. You know, it's just like I had to get off the phone. But it was good, interesting discussions, you would say, and I think that's how men, you know, like we might have our disagreements and we might talk about each other offline or not in person on the internet, so to speak. But in the end, we could. That's what we're here for. We know we're different parts of the manosphere, and we could have an understanding and be men about it. In other words, even if we like whatever, don't even like each other, but hey, the truth is truth. You're right, or whatever.
As long as you're able to agree to disagree.
Well, yeah, because otherwise we'd be just no better than the bitches out there in real life. You know, just snapping their mouths off. You know.
Yes, I definitely agree with that one.
Yeah. Hey, Mayor, what's up?
Hey, how we doing?
Well, I want to give a shout out to the mayor. What's up?
Oh, well, thank you, Pepsi. No, it's important to have conversations with people that you disagree with. It really is. How are you really going to know where you actually stand if people don't challenge you?
Yeah. And that's like the what they call the free market of ideas. And you know, it's healthy. You know, to be competitive in such manners, you got to know that you're right about it or on your thing in the best manner.
Right. And that's why I have no hard feelings towards TFM. I don't mean any disrespect to TFM. I'm comfortable with who I am. I know who I am. I know what I am.
Yeah.
And I don't shy away from that. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you that I'm the most fucking alpha and you should listen to me. No. Fucking nobody's in that position. Fucking nobody's in that position.
Yep. It's just to disagree.
Yeah. And really we do come from different parts of the manosphere. And that's what we give a little background, be like, all right, this is where I come from. This is what I live, my experience. And then we all kind of like learn and share and kind of check each other here and there when we can, you know, as a reminder. But yeah, for the most part, you know, we'll be doing all right.
All right, I'm back. As long as people are able to acknowledge other people's opinions, even when you don't agree, that's when shit can truly start.
Yeah.
Okay. Because then in the end, it will be whose experience or whose experiment or whose ideals are wrong. Hell, both of them can be wrong.
Yeah, it really comes down to personal experience. Like we could have them in common. Like I'll have another or listen to some other people online here and have a similar experience. And, you know, that's why I could identify with it. Maybe wrong, maybe or right, but that's what's best for us in that moment, perhaps. And sometimes there is that nuance to be had.
Yeah, which it was too easy. I got high fucking like beyond high respect where even though shit got heated, Mayor and TFM are able to carry on with the topic. You know.
Yeah.
I think that's fucking phenomenal, especially Mayor. Clearly, he could have kept going, but he's like, you know what? I'm pretty sure. Hey, Mayor, was it agree to disagree? You're just like. All right, let's go to your next topic.
So it was a little bit of agree to disagree, but again, I think I said it at the beginning of the conversation. At a certain point, with some people that you're having a talk with, you have to realize that they're just listening to respond, not listening to intake information. And I'm TFM can talk and talk and talk and talk, and you can't get a word in edgewise if you just let them keep going. I understand that. But when the floor is given to the other side, It really was a matter of I was obviously not being given the time to express the ideas that I was trying to get across, which you take that small bit that I start talking about, and that's all you hear. You don't get to hear the final thought of it. And then you just run with that.
Is that my fault?
No, I don't think that was your fault at all.
Delegate that a lot better.
Yeah.
No,
I would say
it's a personality clash. I understand.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't have hard feelings.
As a listener, I said it was done overall well. Of course, things could be done better, right? I mean, yeah, there was maybe some misunderstandings on certain points, but for the most part, both of you did address your main points and kind of stood there. Again, different backgrounds, different viewpoints, but we take it all in. And I think Yeetus, he did well to moderate that.
I agree with both points. I agree on both sides. In my opinion, it was just miscommunication or just like what Mayor said, a clash of two personalities. Because TFM had points, Mayor had points. Both of them were not wrong.
Yeah.
If you want me to explain it, chat, in the future, I will. I know Mayor, he saw my whole essay on how I agree with both parties. It's just things just got a little bit heated.
Yeah, I can't see the chat right now, driving, but sometimes the chat be flying off, and you kind of want to address that, or they kind of put you back on topic, or whatever, So I don't know what the chat says right now at this moment.
What'd you say, Mayor? Wait, you there?
That's a good question. That's an excellent question. Yeetus.
All right, I was just keeping it real, man. I ain't gonna say, oh, this person is a piece of shit, he's wrong, or that person is a piece of shit, he's wrong. The two ideals, both of them that they had, it was plausible. It just got it, and that's literally how it is between men. Testosterone just start flowing. Men are confrontational. And the fact that Mayor Merkley's, he was like, you know what, whatever, next topic, or, TFM, he hopped on to his next topic. Either way, it was very mature of them to just, you know what, let's just go to the next topic. Because if it was these soy boy fucking femboys motherfuckers, the argument will not end.
Well, yeah, and I mean, if we were just a bunch of soy boys, we'd probably just be still talking shit about the incident rather than just addressing it. Again, right on topic, holding men accountable. I'll hold myself accountable. I'll let you hold me accountable as well. That's fine. We should all be doing that for each other.
It's just the fact that a lot of TFM fans yesterday is trying to go up against Mayor so hard. No, that's not how it works here. You don't become a super fan just because somebody says something. All right. You need to always, it doesn't matter how long you do this person. You always need to listen carefully at what the person says. And if that person says some bullshit, call him out. Which men holding other men accountable.
And sometimes when the haters listen in, or not haters, but someone that's like, oh, I'm checking, sometimes you win them over. Sometimes they're like, oh, damn, like I'll check these guys out more often. I thought wrong or whatever, like sometimes you get fans from the haters.
That is true. You do get fans from. I agree. You definitely get fans from them. Because later on, they're like, let me look up this person. They're like, oh, he's probably not that bad. Oh, look at that. And then they'll just subscribe to you.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. I got to get going. Yeetus, Rishi, what's up?
What's up?
Pepsi. Yo, I just want to say hi. Mayor, Sir Yeetus, the chat, everyone, all the brooders worldwide. Puniti, lates.
Puniti.
Puniti.
Can't be fucking. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna ask somebody else very soon, but May Merkley's or Rishi, I don't know who we want to talk. Do you have an overview of what we talked about so far? Your perspective?
Yeah. I don't know. I'd say it just got heated because, fundamentally, TFM and Mayor have like different perspectives on like the I don't know what one word I could use. It's like the importance of a heritage. You know what I mean? Like a legacy to give on to you through like genetics, stuff like that, family.
I know what you're saying.
He doesn't see that as exactly like long lasting, if that makes sense. He doesn't really put as much importance that Mayor puts on it. And I think that's where a lot of it kind of boiled down to.
And when I put it on both ends, right, I'm like, okay, Mayor is saying that, hey, with this tactic, which he said, hey, you need to, because I'll be real, even in my own relationship in the future, I'd rather be respected than loved. That's the biggest thing for. I'd rather be fucking respected, because in my opinion, if your girl doesn't respect you, everything else will be in shambles no matter what you do. So that I agree. I'd rather be respected, feared. Hell, I'd rather be feared. Fuck it. But at the same time, which I see where TFM is coming from, with how bold model women are when it comes to any type of consequences, because they have the state backing them up, there's a lower probability of men even seceding, instilling fear and respect in women today in the West.
Like to get onto that point just a little bit, and really like finalize the whole idea behind me saying that.
Right.
Didn't get my full thought out, is there has to be some level of fear, okay? And I mean, you look at all of the brooders out here who are looking for a woman, but they're not looking in the States. They're looking in an area of the world where women don't have as many rights, where women generally still have a fear of men, right?
Yeah, like how two men have that underlining understanding that, if things go too far, it can become violent. Women do have that, not respect, but actual fear of violence.
Right. But it's also not just violence. It's the whole overarching fear of missing out. We see this with a lot of these Western women here.
True.
They are afraid of missing out.
Missing out in okay. Well, what do you mean by missing out? If you can explain it to the chat.
They want to have their cake and eat it too.
Right.
They will sacrifice their bodies and their minds in the pursuit of what comes to a man naturally. They have a fear of missing out because they think that men have it way better off than they do.
Yeah, I wish that was the case.
They fear missing out on something that just isn't actually there.
They think the grass is greener on the other side when you LARP as men.
Yeah, but you can't see the forest from the trees.
Right. I agree.
They only really realize it once they've literally hit the fucking wall.
And by then, it's too late. I always tell you, chat, they never realize it until it's too late. That's the curse of the modern women, in my opinion. But Everything is good now. Everything is Gucci. Yeah, I'm using that young man term, Gucci.
I mean, everything was good for me, even in the moment. Yeah, things got heated, but when you're having real conversations, things get heated.
Shit, that's why I pay extra attention because that's when men truly express how they think about a certain topic. You know, that I see. This is why male spaces should be more popular. Like, you can't get that heated with family members, college, high school, like society. You can't go that hard on this weak ass gynocentric society. But if we actually had any type of male clubs where we actually had masculine men, like men that actually have value in themselves, men that actually believe that they can contribute, that's where the magic happens. Because I guarantee you what Mayor Mercules and TFM was talking about yesterday, that would have been beyond common if the male spaces were more was more popular again.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying?
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, it's and it kind of goes into what TFM was saying at the beginning of the stream is that platforms like this, they have hindered our ability to share and digest information because we have to use coded language. Or like TFM said, you have to go somewhere where it's not as popular and you're not going to have the same follower base and you're not going to have the same audience.
I agree 1,000,000%. I agree. And then society want to act so weird on why men are very vocal, very strong, very passionate about what they believe in. All right, because nobody else will be coming in to save them. Nobody else will be coming in to have his back. I'm talking about just in public. Okay. A man's motivation is fuck. How do you say
Intrinsic.
Yeah,
I can't even say that word today. Yeah. That word. It comes within a man's internal motivation, happiness. It comes internal. It comes within. Okay. And that's what all women, I said all women cannot comprehend. That's why when which I experienced it personally, where I'm watching the NFL, with a beer and buffalo wings, traditional, with ranch, not blue cheese, and I'm having the time of my fucking life. These women can't comprehend how is this man so happy of watching other men and tight ass fucking uniforms throwing around a ball. I'm sure, Mayor, you've had to deal with a confused woman on why a man can be so simply happy.
Yeah, they have no idea why you can be so minimalist. Your apartment can just have a futon and a TV and a toaster oven, and you're happy.
That's it. Like, no drama, no argument, no nothing. I went over to a homeboy's house where he had those lawn chairs with the cup holders.
Yeah, the hard plastic. The fold up lawn chairs.
Fold up lawn. My bad. Fold up lawn chairs. And I'm literally having the best time with my one of my best friends with this 24-inch TV, watching these crazy shows on Netflix, drinking a shit ton of beer and alcohol. Women cannot comprehend that. I know I'm going off topic, but I had to say that. Women cannot comprehend a man's happiness. A woman cannot comprehend a man's logical thinking. If anybody wants to agree, be my guest. I might disagree, be my guest. They can't. They literally can't. That's why. Why do you think the male-only clubs were around in the first place? If a woman was truly able to understand a man and understand his logical process, I highly doubt that there will be a shit ton of male-only spaces years ago. But now there's a bunch of female-only spaces.
Yeah, it's a crime to have a male space.
A whole crime. A whole crime. Men can't be men anymore, gentlemen. How much proof do you need? But I am going to be adding two people real quick. Because once again, after this live stream, then we'll make some changes. But right now, nothing's changing.
We're sticking to the normal chaos of the day.
We're sticking to the rule book.
Yep.
Plays work.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Just let it happen.
Yeah, just run the fucking play. All right. You're gonna make the touchdown. All right, just run the fucking play.
I really hope my favorite team, Green Bay Packers, follow that fucking play next week. What's going on? Real Talk and Gray.
Hey,
Yo, what's up?
glad I caught you guys. After last night, I actually had to catch some extra sleep this afternoon.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to spit right now. Last night was not planned at all.
Damn, Gray, what are you
What's that in
making,
the
bro?
background? Are you missing like a
You cooking?
huge?
You making a gravy?
Nah, just some hot chocolate.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I can't get mad at hot chocolate. Okay, so Gray, when it comes to the topic, have you ever had an experience, or do you have anything to say about men holding other men accountable?
Well, quite simply, men are the only ones with the power to hold other men accountable.
True.
True.
If you had a male society, but the cops were only women and the army was only women, it would not, the government would not have a monopoly on violence in that society.
Well, yeah, you already saw the affirmative action in the. You're from the U.S., right?
No, I'm actually from Canada.
Oh, my bad. Well, I say it's similar. I'm sure you
Close
saw
enough.
the affirmative action of female police officers and how they 9 times out of 10 horribly fail at their job.
Oh yeah, I've seen the clips. I think even let's think. The simplest one is veterinary services, where you need to have a man on staff if a big dog needs to be put down. Otherwise, it takes 3 women. Whereas
3?
one man.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Well, first of all, you're not going to get the most jacked women into the veterinary services to begin with.
True.
But-
I just never contemplated. It would take a whole 3 females to.
Yeah, but from what I've heard, 3 women to carry a big dog, whereas 1 man can do the same.
Which is too easy. And here's a video I cannot find on YouTube, but it was on YouTube before. If I could find it, I would definitely play it in the future. But this one situation where the suspect was being taken down by a female cop, but the suspect was able to get the gun, and then the female cop was like screaming and pleading for her life. She was literally she wasn't a cop anymore at that point. She was literally a damsel in distress. And if her coworkers didn't pull up around that time to put that suspect down, that woman would have died.
Yeah, well, I've even heard that there's video of a male suspect where there's multiple female cops on him, and he's just shaking them off, pushing them away, not even reciprocating. So,
right. Hey, you seen that one video of the guy? It was at night, and the woman approached his vehicle through the window, and then the guy was able to pull a gun on her, and she was begging for her life.
yeah.
The one where he's trying to pull her into the car too, right?
Yeah, and she
He's
was
got a hold
straight
of
up
her.
begging for her life. I
Yep.
cannot see one male cop doing that. I can't. I couldn't.
I think a male cop that did that wouldn't make the cut.
Yeah, it wouldn't
mean,
make a
there's-
difference either, right? It would like a man begging for his. I don't think it would have worked compared to a female cop begging for her life, because a man in the end, he's very instinctual. You know, he will have more second guesses to end her life than his life.
Well, that's why you actually hit kind of the nail on the head. Instinct. Like when a man fitted with that, he's very much fight or flight.
Right.
Because historically, a man that is encountered with violence and he breaks down and gets on his knees begging for his life, yeah, those men die.
Yeah, because
it's not evolutionarily selected for. A woman, on the other hand, like they can afford to break down, get on their knees and beg because their genetic line may still continue after that.
And that man that was in the car could have easily blew her brains out, but for some miraculous reason, I would just say miraculous. You know, I won't say biological, but let's say miraculous reason, he didn't pull the trigger on her. You know, being a whole cop that's able to throw that man in jail for the rest of his life. He didn't pull the trigger on her because she was screaming, pleading, begging, you know, like, please don't shoot me, spare my life.
Well, to be
I would
fair,
have to say that is strictly because he's a man and he could not fight at the moment. He could not fight the instinct. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I definitely agree with that. It also doesn't hurt that a man can rationally think, yeah, there's going to be an extra layer of shit. Because, well, it goes back to one of the earlier talks we had with women in the military. Like, if you're up against a mixed gender squad, you don't want to eliminate the female target. You want to incapacitate her and make sure that she can scream, because that will disorient everything else.
True.
Like if you have a female cop who is alive and like begging for her life, you know that any of her colleagues that show up are going to prioritize her safety over your capture.
Yeah, if she didn't have her partner with, if we talk about the same video, if she didn't have the partner with her, she would had a very high chance of dying, because the partner was able to pull the gun right away and shoot that dude in the head through the windshield. But the big thing is like once again, like a man, at least at that point in time, he will definitely second guess per se when a woman is like pleading for her life, even if it's just for like a couple seconds. A man will like, like, ah, shit, like, because if it was a man in her place, it will be in that suspect's best interest to take him out, because if you let that dude go, he will be more dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Like if a whole male cop, if you let that whole male cop go, he can cause a lot more physical damage than a female cop.
As a rule of thumb, yes. With police, like, people may still be hesitant to take them out if they're thinking about longer term repercussions.
Right.
And that actually does. Actually, yeah, that's actually breaks into something regarding the stream last night, because, well, on this, well, it goes back to what Mayor is talking about, and you guys were talking about earlier about love versus fear, and that actually comes from Machiavelli,
right?
Where, quite simply, someone will sooner betray someone that they love instead of someone that they fear.
Greg, can you stop right quick?
Shoot.
I have to address this. I'm glad my instinct when a woman scream is to be annoyed. If I was that guy, her scream would just motivate me to shoot her. See, here's the thing. When she's literally helpless, I mean literally helpless, which that cop was, you will definitely be less likely, way less likely to put a bullet in her head instantly. Because once again, a woman that's disarmed is way different than a man that's disarmed. A man can still do damage. A woman, not really. Which I believe that led to that suspect's demise because that suspect didn't really take her seriously and she was literally pleading for her fucking life.
Well, that's the thing. Like, sympathy is a chemical attack.
Right.
Like on the most basic instinctual lizard brain level, you'd have to overcome that level of chemical assault in order to pull the trigger. Like, not that you couldn't, but it's not going to be as fast.
Yeah, because what's she going to do when you have her literally, like, disarmed and she can't do shit? Like, she's just begging for, like, it's like, well, she's not really a threat to me anymore. That suspect just didn't think about her partner that was on the side. I don't know, man. It's just like it feels like 1v1 with a woman, and I disable her, and she has a weapon or whatever. I'm like, your weapon is mine. Would you really take her seriously per se at that? I wouldn't, because like you said, like what is she gonna do to a grown man?
That's the thing. Even on the most, that's the thing, beyond even the most basic level, like even if it's a woman that is absolutely, yes, this is the enemy, she's part of a larger organization that's going to hurt you. Like the instinct of a man to protect the woman is going to launch a chemical attack on the brain, regardless of the rationality. Exactly.
I'm not saying that men aren't capable of doing it.
Oh, absolutely, they are.
Yeah,
HMT is proof.
Yeah, I'm saying this to the chat. You know, like I'm not saying that men aren't capable of doing it, but at the same time, as a man, as a full-grown man, a man that has combat experience, that's the biggest thing. I'm not really going to take a disarmed woman seriously. Because what is she really going to do to me? You get what I'm saying? Like, I ain't going to take her seriously. Like, especially when she's begging for her life. Like, why the fuck would I take her seriously? But different is, if a man did the same thing, I would say in my head, as a man, you know, man to man, it is way more safe to have that man dead than alive. You know,
absolutely. Most men in the back of their mind have this thing that says, if I live through this, I will kill you. But if I die, you're forgiven.
Yes, and I agree 1,000,000%, mate. I agree 1,000,000%. Why do you think, even in biological terms, a man takes out another man's offspring? Yeah, I know, but the kids, what are you doing? The kids. Listen, the kids can grow to be adults, and if the kids figure out like what actually happened, I'm talking about just biological terms. When the man comes in and kills the father and leaves the kids to grow up, and the kids find out, oh, this man killed my father. You really think that there won't be any retaliation, chat?
I think the entire fantasy genre is built on that revenge.
True, but there's some truth to it, though, right?
Well, no, that's the very thing. It's like villain lesson 101. Don't leave the children. They're going to come back in 10, 20 years and kick your ass.
The Lion King
is evil.
Yeah, the Lion King. Yeah, that's a good example. I agree with that. But Mufasa thought that. Shit. Who's the main character? Simba.
Simba.
He thought that Simba was dead.
Yeah, because he left the job to like hyenas, bro.
Yeah, he didn't check to see if he was truly dead. But he left Simba to be on his own with that stampede, or whatever. It's crazy. Even when he ran out to the wilderness, I'm sure Mufasa's like, okay, he's a little pup. He's not going to survive in the desert on his own.
You're thinking Scar. Mufasa was the dad who died.
My bad. Scar.
Yeah.
See,
Besides,
I'm
Scar
fucking
didn't
up.
like confirm the
I'm
body.
fucking
He
up.
didn't.
I'm drinking right now.
He didn't want to get his hands dirty. He left it to the hyenas, and the hyenas let him go, bro.
Yes.
'Cause they
Because
were,
he's like, you know
lazy.
what? This little cub, he's not going to survive in the middle of a desert. Which he almost died in the desert, actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then my two homies came
Fresh
in
and
and said
fit.
they no, I'm like, hey, let me die. The fuck. But in the end, gentlemen, when it comes to that certain topic that we were talking about, when it comes to what Mayor Merkley was saying before, fear plays a huge part on keeping women in check. Huge part.
Yeah, but there is one thing that does need to be considered as well, and that is the irrationality of a woman.
How does it play the part? Can you elaborate?
Well, because part of Mayor's argument was like not necessarily the physical threat that keeps them around, but the long-term consequence of you won't be provided for in the same capacity. Like, that's the thing. That to me is something that a man would weigh. A woman will throw away such protection and security for far less.
Agree. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to have to address this. Island Hermit, if you can hear me, that's what I talked to Mayor about, and I think I talked about it earlier in the live stream.
Yep.
Mayor is right, but at the same time, I see what TFM was saying when it comes to instilling fear into women for them to be in check, because of course modern women, I ain't gonna say women, modern women have little to no fear in the West when they have various options to back them up to put you down.
Well, even in like the point TFM was also making, even in like other places, like let's say I go there and I like try to, kind of force my will in a culture where I stick out like a sore thumb. Where let's say I go to like the Middle East or something. Like I'm an outsider. Like I'm not culturally like them. You know what I'm saying? So that's just another tool they can use to
And
like turn
great,
the
one more
tables on
thing.
you.
One more thing. And Rishi, I definitely agree with you saying. So, Mayor, can you elaborate what are you the one that said that the fear of missing out? You said that?
Yeah, that's pretty much sums up the portion of fear that some of these women out here are starting to understand. Some of them are starting to understand that
Okay,
the state cannot, that the state, regardless of all of the institutions that are put in place to protect women after childbirth, after divorces, through things like child support and alimony, okay, even with those things fall short. And a lot of these younger women are seeing that in their mothers and their grandmothers. They're understanding that even though their mothers did this and they did get money from the man, it didn't do the same. It wasn't enough for them. They still had to struggle. They still went and found someone else to help subsidize where Uncle Sam couldn't do it.
You're definitely not wrong.
But does that mean
Uncle Sam obviously can't provide everything for these women because they're still out here bitching for more?
Well, and then there's one more aspect to it as well, and it actually would tie into the female police officer. Because I'm willing to bet that the female police officer whose life was spared, she was south of 40.
Are you talking about the car thing or the other thing that I'm talking about? Because I'll say, you know what? Let's stick with the car.
Well, I
thing.
also have a
Yeah,
have a point on what Mayor says really quick.
Oh, what's
Like,
up?
but are they willing to submit for that more? I don't know.
Out of fear, yes, they will.
Out of fear,
They will.
Not in the West, bro.
Well, that's the thing.
Oh,
like,
not in
They
the
will
West.
only
yes.
they
I
will
agree.
only
Not in the
submit
West.
like when they have to.
I guess
When
When
they
they're
there's
only
no other option.
Yeah.
that's the thing. Option. They're as loyal as their perceived options. Like if they're under 40 or haven't hit the wall yet, they can reasonably rely on their assets, let's call them, to get them out of a confrontation. But like when they are much older, very physically weak,
Yep, early 40s or older, pretty much.
like at that point, their ability to get another man declines sharply. Their ability to get mercy from men that provide a security threat declines sharply.
Because how good are you when you're a middle-aged woman? Like you hit the menopause stage and all that crazy shit. Like you can't give me kids. You can't even handle having the schlong anymore, and you're too frail to do anything.
Even if you
Why
could
would-
have one of my
why would I
kids, you
keep
couldn't
you
run
alive?
around with them.
Huh?
There's no way that a 40-year-old woman's going to even be able to raise a kid. She's not going to be able to run around and catch that fucking kid. You think you're catching my fucking 4-year-old? You're out of your goddamn mind. You fucking 45, 50 years old. You're not going to be able to catch my fucking kid.
No, I see my dad.
He's going to run right out the fucking front door, and you're not.
Yeah, but my dad personally with my young cousin, he struggled himself. Like he's starting to accept his age of late 40s. He's starting to accept like, all right, I'm getting old. He's like, fuck, because I know because once again, my dad, he had kids when he was young. So even when me, my brothers, we were preteen or teenagers, he was still able to keep up with us when it comes to like football or any type of sports and stuff, which was phenomenal. I loved it. I loved it 100%. But now that I have a new sibling that was born, and I have younger cousins that's being born because, of course, the next generation of families getting created. He's starting to realize, like, oh shit, I definitely can't. My mom, I don't remember the last time she went running. Like I don't remember. She is definitely not going to keep up with a 4, 5, 6-year-old because their energy is nonstop. So I definitely agree, Mayor. She is definitely at that age, like early 40s or older. There's no fucking way. No way.
Yeah, put a stamp on it. It's
like
done.
more like younger girls. What I think is
Right.
going to happen is like some girls will get it, right? Some girls will get it. Okay, I have to submit, but I think most girls are going to double down, right?
I think
And
the younger.
I
they
think
are.
definitely the bachelor tax is probably going to come something like that.
Don't we
They
already
use-
have a bachelor tax?
Well, that's it. We effectively
too
have
sure.
That's the thing. We effectively have a bachelor tax because you get a tax rebate if you're married.
Well, I'm talking about like an actual bachelor tax, like you
Oh,
get a
it's gonna
tax
happen
reduction when
here.
you're like not married, but what happens when they raise taxes on unmarried people?
It's going to happen, and I agree. It will happen within a lifetime.
Well, that's
I
the thing.
agree
All
with
they
you.
have to do is like raise taxes for everyone and then increase the tax rebate. If they
Well,
give a
if
straight
they
bachelor
raise
tax,
taxes for the bachelors and then just
Yeah.
keep the taxes the same for the married couple, it's
Yep.
going to be like, oh shit, I guess me signing that government contract is a lot better than being single.
Yeah, in
Yeah,
some
but-
states like Nevada, you can't even get public assistance from the state unless you're married. There are some states that force you to have that contract in order to receive some of their assistances. Otherwise,
agree.
if you're single, Especially if you're a single man, good fucking luck getting the state to help you out when you're in a pinch.
What you
that-
say, Gray?
Well, that's really the thing. Like even as Mayor says, but like the idea is that they're going to encourage marriage by making marriage more appealing because they know, like they can learn from history too. They understand that instituting a straight up bachelor tax will break the back. Like that'll be the straw that breaks the camel's back. So instead they have to hide it behind like, oh no, it's not anti-bachelor, it's pro-marriage. Like, the people at the top aren't stupid. They understand how to get around humans' basic urge to rebel. They wouldn't be in power as long as they have been if they didn't.
They're really good at baking bread and hiring clowns for circuses.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a big thing right there, right? How married couples, they can just run around willy-nilly until they get divorced because it's going to happen. But a man doing his own thing, because I guarantee you they're not even contemplating on trying to tax a single woman. It's single men. That's who they're aiming for. They want to have that they want to plant seeds in your head saying, you know what? Maybe some of that contract will be a lot easier in my life.
Well, the thing is, like,
on my house.
Well, let's be honest. If women start to experience severe hardship being single, like massive tax increases, they can get married. They just need to lower their standards.
Yeah, and unfortunately, 2022 and beyond is going to be very difficult for them to do that until they're in their 40s or late 30s.
Now, the younger ones could do it again. Like, it's all about how low their standards are at the moment. Because like that's why, going back to one of the earlier streams with the career women, like they don't have relationship issues. They have commitment issues with the men that they want. But like there would have
like are you talking about the men having commitment issues?
No, the women.
You sure it's the women, or is it the man that's having commitment issues?
No, the woman has issues getting commitment from the men.
Commitment. Okay.
Yes, getting commitment from the men that she wants. But I guarantee you, like, she can be 50. There is going to be a decent enough simp that would marry that if she gave him the time of day.
But hey, I'm gonna interrupt right quick. Then Herman, what's going on?
What's up, guys? Just got back from my dad's house, so I wasn't able to catch the full stream.
Where are you getting those gains?
I was gonna go to the gym today, but I'm kind of still feeling the effects from the coup. Like I tried to go yesterday, and I was like, my breathing was kind of fucked up, so I'm gonna try to go tomorrow.
All right, too easy. And before we continue with our conversation, right? What is your perspective on men holding other men accountable when it comes to consequences?
Like, well, I think they should, but like, give me an example really fast. Like, just in general, or
so when a man doesn't keep his word, stating that he'll pay you back.
Well, like, if a man doesn't pay me back, I normally will just like.
He says that he will pay you back, but he doesn't.
Oh, normally I'll just like be like, hey, dude, you owe me that money or whatever. And then if they keep dunking and dodging me, I'll be like, don't make me fucking hunt you down.
Exactly. And will you have that same energy for a female, like a female family member or just a female that you hang out with? You won't really, like, let's keep it real. Unless you're like a whole cartel savage, you won't have that same energy for that woman.
Well, here's the thing. What can I really do to that woman? There's nothing I can do to her that, I'll end up in jail. If I fucking raise my voice, she'll probably just cry and be like, 911, this big, jacked, tattooed guy is going to beat me up. And then
that's the biggest issue when it comes to women being held accountable, right? Because in other countries, I agree. In other countries, that shit won't fly. They will be paying their money, but at least in the
Like,
West,
Pretty
you
much
know,
the most I can do to these bitches without going to jail is like cuss them out. I ain't
yeah,
trying to
that's the
go to
worst you
jail,
can do.
dude.
Yeah, but when it comes to another man, not only paying you back, but what happened earlier today that I talked to on the Discord, where somebody got upset with me because I hold a dude accountable for talking trash behind another man's back. Men don't do that shit. I'm talking about like actual men. They don't do that shit. If you
Yeah, that's
have any
female
type of
shit.
issue,
If you got something to say to somebody like another man, you gotta say it to their face. You gotta address them, because like going around behind backs and whispering in ears and shit, that's what females do.
and even if he does bring it to your face, right, and even if the situation escalate, you have more respect for that person from coming
Yep.
to you
I don't
direct.
say anything about anybody that I would not say it to their face.
As I will have more respect for my enemy if he came to
Yep.
me personally, face to face,
But here's the
to
thing:
tell me
most
what the
people,
fuck they have an issue with me personally. Okay, if you have an issue with me, come to me face to face. I will have more. Don't get me wrong. We can still throw down, but I will still have more respect for that enemy that came to my face and say, "Hey, this is why I don't like you. This is because of this and this and this and that."
yeah, I'll give you a quick example. It was probably in the summertime. So at my work, there was like this juggalo kid, and he'd always act like cool to my face and shit. And then I found out he was like talking shit behind my back. And then like we were like in a room together, and I was like, "So what you trying to do?" I was like, "Bro, we can go outside right now." He's like, "Man, I didn't say none of that." I'm like, "Yeah, right, dude."
Keep that same energy.
But like
Let's go outside.
I'm like a pretty big intimidating dude, so people don't really like talk shit to my face.
Nah, even so. At least for me, right? Because once again, if somebody came to my face about their issues, you know, which I will assume it will be in a somewhat respectable manner, you won't resort to this straight up like fist fight like instantly, right?
I don't know. I go from 0 to prison really fast. That's why I
But
try to stay out of altercations in general, because yeah, dude.
but you see
Like,
where I'm coming from, though, right? If I say, "Hey, this is why I don't like you, man,"
oh yeah,
because of
if
this,
you're
this,
coming
and
at me and we can talk
that,
it out civilly, yeah.
right? You know, no, I'm not saying them coming to you just straight up disrespect you. That's not what I'm saying. But when I'm saying like somebody like, uh, uh, I don't like you. And then you're like, oh, why? And then they list why they don't like you. And if the situation escalates after that, it is what it is. But you'll be less likely to start throwing hands.
Well, yeah, as men, we're able to kind of like talk about it before fists are thrown. We're like kind of civil. And then if it like doesn't get through the talk it out phase, that's when the fists start flying.
And even then, even when the fists start flying, I will have more respect for that dude for even confronting me.
Yep.
Like, you know what? At least you came to my fucking face and explained why you don't like me. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know, the worst thing is like when you have people, like you ever have a situation where like people just like don't like you and you didn't even do nothing to them?
Well,
It's like,
yeah, they
bro.
don't like you because of your existence.
Yeah, it's like, bro, I didn't even do nothing to you.
Yeah, that's just straight up. It's hilarious. I think it's funny, but it's kind of pathetic on their end.
From what I noticed, like 90% of the time, they're either jealous of you or something you got or whatever. Like, you know, they're normally just a low key hater.
But here's the big thing: it will be on site if I find out that a man was talking shit behind my back. You know, not that petty, constructive criticism. I'm talking about that man is going out of his way to tarnish my name. It will be on site. There won't be any talking.
Yep.
So if that man instead came to me and say, "This is why I don't like you," I would have a lot more respect for that man, whether we fight or not. At least in my opinion.
Yep, I agree, dude. I agree.
At least he told me how he actually felt about me.
The only shitty thing right now is we live in a world where, like, all right, so like when our dads were growing up, they were able to, like, if you know, if they're in a situation like that, they were able to throw hands and say the cops did come. The cops would just be like, all right, knock it off. You guys go home. Now the shitty thing is they're taking everybody to jail. So it kind of like makes you got to even think twice.
I was raised in that environment and family where cops would never be involved.
Yeah, but sometimes, you know, like if you're out somewhere or they just show up, because, like, yeah, I agree. Like, I ain't never calling the cops unless something bad happened, like really bad happened, like
the shit's between me and you know.
If but like a lot of people are cop calling little bitches, though.
Yeah, like if you did something to somebody that I know, then that'd be a different story. But me and you, we're gonna finish it between me and you only.
Yeah.
You know, Alan Herman. Yeah, you already know. My bad, bro. I ain't trying to explain to you, but
I know. But you get what I'm saying, though. Like a lot of people like say they do say like, oh yeah, we can do that, and then you like whoop their ass. They're gonna go home and be like, oh, he beat me up, 911, and then next thing you know, you got the fucking cops knocking on your door. So that's the kind of fucking pussy clown world that we live in. I wish I could time travel like 60 years ago, back when like they would just break it up, or even if you like got caught drinking and driving, they'd fucking drive you home, and now you're just like going straight to jail.
Man, I just go back home and recover, and if you have to do round 2, we're gonna do round 2.
Yeah.
Nobody knows how to take an ass whooping anymore.
Nope, dude.
Personally, I'm gonna tell the chat too. I've taken a couple ass whoopings myself. I'm not invincible. I got my ass whooped.
Dude, I got jumped in prison by like 6 dudes. I know what it's like to get my ass beat.
Right, not by 6 dudes. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's rough in there.
But I'm able to. I'm able to accept my L's. You know.
Yeah, you know, and
I wouldn't be able to accept it if I got jumped by 6 dudes. I'm gonna keep real Island Hermit.
And like here's the thing, as men, like, you know, for example, I'm not Bruce Lee. I've won a few fights. I've lost a few fights. I'm not going to say I've won every single one. Like, yeah, I've gotten my ass beat before, and I've beaten some ass before.
Yes. Yeah. And if a man says that he was undefeated, he better have, like, godlike athletic.
Yeah, or he better be like a boxer or something, or like do some kind of combat sport. Then I might believe him.
Yeah.
Or he really knows how to pick his fights.
Yeah, really knows how to pick his opponent. Yeah.
Like, I kind of
I pick my battles. Don't get me wrong. Like, I ain't going to take on some fucking, what's his name, Eddie Hall or that Thor dude, because he'll yeet me across the goddamn block.
Yeah, you'll learn early there's no such thing as a fair fight. So, I mean, if you got to kick some jewels.
I did all my fighting when I was like in high school and in like my early 20s and stuff. And now I kind of just like stick to myself and like, you know, focus on going to the gym and making money, because at the end of the day, it ain't worth it. Like, yeah, if you come up to me on some bullshit, it's on. But like, other than that, fucking leave me alone. I'm doing my thing.
Wait a minute, Ollie Herman. Manic has something to say to you. Then we go back to Gray, and then we will talk to Real Talk, because I know he's been waiting here for a minute.
Sounds good.
Manic says, try being a masculine dude in a job surrounded by women.
Oh man, I couldn't imagine. Well, I have women at my work today. They fucked up some shit, and they're like, "Oh, Island Hermit, can you help us with this?" And I just looked at them. I'm like, "No, I'm fucking doing something." Like, "Oh, why not?" And I just like put my headphones back into my ear. And then they left all pouty.
See, you can't even get any compensation at work. But if it was possible, you're like, hey, you know what to do if you want me to fix your problems. Mm-hmm.
Dude, it's a miracle I still have a job. I've smashed so many girls from my work. I stopped doing it because like it's not a good idea. But I like railed 2 of the owner's granddaughters, and then.
Gray.
Yeah.
We went way off topic per se, but Do you have anything else to say when it comes to your? I don't know what you're going to say, but are you going to finish it, or start with a different topic?
And nothing that really hasn't been said either here or in the chat, so we can move on.
Okay. Real talk.
Kind of branching off a topic earlier, I think it pertains to Mayor's argument yesterday, and that's like the fear of missing out, or like, you know, the fear of missing out on resources, or like a style of life that the government can't afford.
Okay.
Now, we're assuming that these women like are in families, and like you have children with these women. That's what we're like. That's like a part of the argument, correct?
Right. You have the potentiality of getting into a relationship and having children. So
Okay.
You're looking for the right partner. Again, this is
Yeah.
like building yourself, building your castle, building your kingdom, and only planting your seed on fertile ground.
For sure. Yeah. Okay. So I agree with you 100% on that. Like the whole, like your motto is kind of like what my life is kind of lived out before even finding the Warband. So like I'm in agreement. The one thing that I think we need to point out is I think Mayor's argument pertains to a woman maybe 25, 30 years ago, before solipsism went haywire, before it went absolutely nuclear, exponential. That's what it is. It's like I don't know if you guys ever. Go ahead.
Are you saying just age, or?
I believe that the family, I think we've been so demoralized, like in that ideological subversion, the first stage. I think we've been overfulfilled on the demoralization to the point of these women are so solipsistic that we believe that fear would work if they loved their children. But they do not love their children like men still love their children. I think there's been a lot of love lost because you look at kids in the Black and Hispanic community. You'll notice, like I have a cousin who wed a Hispanic man, actually several now. She's a 304. I have another cousin. I have family members who are Black. They will use their kids as accessories. White women will cheat and ruin their entire family dynamic. The modern woman, she has such a propensity to like worship herself and not give a fuck about anything else. So like, I think Mayor's argument is highly applicable, but it's just in today's day, the solipsistic nature that they have on display may be too powerful. That's the thing, is like they kind of do not have any fears as long as they're taken care of. Most of them really don't give a shit about their kids. It's the fathers who truly care about the kids. I mean, it's where you really see like how I gotta wonder what the percentage of women today love themselves more than they love their children.
But
I think it's higher than ever.
I don't even think they love themselves.
Hold up, real talk.
For sure.
Like I said before, why would a woman have fear when she's living in the West? Why would she be afraid? That's the whole premises of what TFM was talking about.
Well, I agree with TFM's point and where we're at today, because guerrilla pimping, whether you're punishing a woman financially, physically, or emotionally, it doesn't work long term, and those children are definitely going to suffer. My mom's father, he was a guerrilla pimp. Let's just put it like that. Knocked all my grandmother's teeth out. She had like teeth like a movie star. I saw her when she was 19. You know, my grandfather was absolutely nuts. He told me
never mind.
Yeah, no. My grandfather, like on my mom's side, I mean, the guy was just haywire. He wasn't like really a human being. Just the way he treated my mom's family. He tried that guerrilla pimping, and it's like the family suffered, and the kids were all fucked up. Had mental and physical health issues, malnourishment. You know, like financially pulled things away. Emotionally, kind of always beat them down, and like my mom's side was used to seeing their mom get the shit beat out of them. So it's just like, when it comes down to guerrilla pimping, it's just a temporary fix. So yeah, I agree with both sides, and that's what I kind of wanted to. I jotted this down. We all have to remember, when it comes to exchange of thoughts and ideas, when any time that emotion runs high, logic's, going to be low. I think both Mayor and TFM had an emotional investment in two sides of the argument that both had validity. And to see them go back and forth. What's that?
Okay, bro. TFM did initiate it, even though he had high emotion. He did go too far attacking Mayor as a person.
Exactly. I think a TFM got very emotional, and I think since Mayor has lived through this. No. There's still. I still think listening to it the second time, it was a little bit more constructive when I heard it the second time, and there was still some love there. He did go off the rails. TFM was highly emotional, but I think he had some emotional ties to the argument, as in knowing certain people that did commit suicide. And then you have Mayor on the far
what?
Anyway,
You cut out on
I understand because I was in military. I dealt with, well, not even military or not. I've dealt with death throughout my life, and TFM. He said he dealt with the elimination of his fellow comrades in his life. I see why he got heated, but at the same time, that shit, like, just going at him as a person, I'm like, that's not really functional. That's not good at all. Just saying like, oh, fuck you,
Well, he showed how emotionally hurt he was from that, and that's the thing is, like, Mayor was coming from his past and understanding like all he's had to go through. So it's like both men couldn't back down. TFM went over the top, but at the end of the day, it was still highly respectable. We're still here today, and I think like we've learned and understood that there are a lot of points to gentlemen's arguments, but at the end of the day, there's still a high level of respect if they can do it out of love. Because I remember Pepsi was on, and he was discussing the one girl in his past, and we were kind of grilling him a little bit. And I kind of went in a little bit too much, but I was still letting him know it's like out of love. Like there's still a love aspect, because if you don't say anything to your fellow Bruta, then you really don't give a shit about him, but once again, when emotion runs high, logic is always going to run low. So I think that is kind of like what we got to remember, our composure and remaining on topic and logical. That's always going to surpass any sort of emotion, because it's just like, that's what we inherently have testosterone to do. It's to block out the emotional release of, the physiology as human beings. We can kind of burden a lot more and stay logical. So yeah, that's one thing I did want to address.
Mayor, you have something to say about that?
It's perfectly well said. It was, it's an emotional subject for a lot of people. Okay. I just happen to have a different perspective because I lived through a specific situation that, I've got kind of a downside look at it, but
I completely agree, man. I agree. But
I just know when it comes to that subject in particular, when it comes to comparing myself to my father and those that have come before me, I'm better than that. I am better than that.
Yeah, I definitely heard your story too. You're a million times better than that.
See, I think TFM got mad because I think he thought Mayor was giving advice to men that could potentially get them hurt or in a lot of trouble. That's kind of what I was getting out of it. Which
is definitely was not the case. Right. Mayor was just explaining his personal experience at the moment when.
Yeah. Well, I think it was when he said about, going over to another country and then like trying the fear thing over there. Because like if you're a foreigner and you try that in another country, especially like if you don't look like them, that woman will like tell her brothers and her dad and shit, and they'll like come fuck you up depending on like what culture we're talking about.
It's not just fear and emotionally abusing a woman. No, that I'm pretty sure that's not what Mayor is saying.
No, but I think that's what TFM thought he was saying.
That's what TFM was thinking I was talking about, and
so I think that's why he got so upset because that's how he interpreted it.
Yeah, a woman is out of fear means that like what Patrice O'Neal said. If you don't smell fish on me, you ain't gonna find me sexy no more. So if she's able to smell fish on him, she's gonna behave because she could easily be replaced just like that.
I do want to say that was fucking epic that Hammer Hand jumped on too, though. I was like, I done died and went to heaven. TFM and Hammer Hand.
I didn't expect him to join at all.
What'd you guys think of the Pimp's Prayer?
Did he get that from Boondocks?
Yeah.
I don't know where he got it from, but every time on his show, that's what he ends with. Sometimes he has Celestina do it, and it's funny hearing it from her voice. But yeah, they always end with
Sometimes
that.
he has like Karoy do it too.
Yeah, Croy's done it.
But yeah, that's from Boondocks. Specifically, a pimp named Slickback.
I am a pimp named Slipback.
Say the whole thing.
Say you and yes, you have to say the whole thing.
Oh shit! Hey, everybody, hold up. Fuck. We're gonna have somebody on. I don't know who this person is, but I think it's gonna be a good conversation. So everybody, be respectful. All right. Y'all hear me, right?
Yep. Is it God? No.
Once again, I don't know who. Whoa, God! Really, God? Are you? All right, whatever.
I'm just fucking.
We've had a lot of good guests on lately.
He just pops on.
Out there.
But this
We're
person
talking about,
is
He's like, I
first
just want to
time
let you
talk
know
this
you're all
person.
going to hell, and then he leaves.
But hey, Ivan Herman, hold up. This is the first person I'm gonna talk. This is just no bullshit, please.
All right.
Chaotic Truth Live. What is going on?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I am doing phenomenal. First time I see you here, man. Like this is
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, man. It's first time for everything. Open panel. You guys have a nice panel going on. You dropped the StreamYard link. I wanted to cam up and broach whatever topic you guys are talking about.
All right, hell yeah. So to start this conversation, the topic today: men holding other men accountable. Do you have a story or a perspective when it comes to that?
I have a lot, man. I'm almost 40 years old, so I'm probably twice as old as many of you guys on the panel.
You're almost 40.
Yeah, man. I'm 37.
I'm sitting at 33
Don't
myself.
crack.
I beg your pardon?
I said black don't crack. I'm black myself. See, that's
Oh,
proof
yeah?
right there. Black don't
No.
crack. Look at that.
Okay.
I thought he was in his 20s.
Oh no, thank you, man. But yeah, man. Men do have to hold other men accountable. It's a divine task. Men, we are tasked with maintaining and managing this planet, and it is up to us to regulate certain behavior. I'll give you an example, man. I tell men all the time on my panel or my platform, you have to set the standard. And when you set the standard as a man, everything else in life falls in turn. It falls in your direction. Let's talk about women, for example, right? I tell men on my panel, hey, listen, if a woman has tattoos, if she has, cartoon colored hair, if she has a lip piercing, you as the man need to tell her that A, either you're not going to date her, or B, you're not going to walk around looking like that around me. Now, you may be asking yourself, well, what does that all have to do with men holding other men accountable? Well, here goes the thing, right? When women start behaving according to what men want, society is more ordered. Now, is society perfect? No, maybe not. But it is far better than what we have right now in society, where, you have rampant whoredom. You have rampant simping going on. You have men fighting each other over females that pretty much don't need that type of honor. For example, even with so besides the women, let's talk about health. I'm a marathon runner, and because we live in this little hashtag era, this sensitive little era, You can't tell people get off your ass and work out. You're fat, because people are too sensitive now. But imagine if you could do that as a man to another man. Hey, look, man, you're 5'4" and weigh 300 pounds. That's unacceptable. And then,
Yep.
yeah, it's unacceptable. So yeah, I mean, every facet of life when it comes to each other, health and women and finances and everything, man, definitely. Yeah,
Yep. I agree 1,000,000% of what you said.
yeah,
And I'm glad that in our society today, we are still able to hold men accountable when it comes, well, certain men accountable
yeah.
on their health, because, oh, you being fat phobic, man. I'm like, bro, I will smack the dog shit out you. Shut the fuck up. Like, what we talking about? Oh, you being fat phobic, bro. What are you talking? All bodies are beautiful. Like, man, if you
That's not the
don't,
natural state of a human body.
right, like you can't be walking around like a land whale.
Wildebeest, right?
Like, so you're struggling to breathe when you go up one flight of stairs.
Exactly.
Were you born this way, or did you have to work at it? I bet you had to work at it.
So I don't know, man. I think some of us have, obviously DNA is encoded information, and I think some of us are born with it and some of us are not. I just happened to see the real for what it really was as a child, growing up. And for some reason, I've always thought that I was the prize. I've always thought that men don't have to acquiesce power to anyone. And I mean, even your fellow man. I feel like, I don't know, I just always have felt like as a man, I don't like being told what to do. I like being the master of my fate and captain of my soul. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I grew up with a very strong father who was also independent as well, did his own thing. But you know, and I don't mean he did his own thing, but in terms of he was in the streets, but he did his own thing in terms of he even before the internet, he cultivated a multiplicity of skill sets like engineering, plumbing, stone cutting, roofing, etc.
Yeah, he marched to the beat of his own drum.
So he was a Renaissance man. Not only that, he was in the medical profession.
Yeah.
So was my mother, and I do have a page to the individual who asked. It's called The Chaotic Truth Live. I just recently did a video on how women should be submissive, and I broke it down. And a lot of women who follow me, they were upset at first, but then they came back around and listened and said, you know what, you are right on a lot of your talking points. But yeah, I think I was born with this, and I think a lot of men are, but I think a lot of men are unfortunately living in a very blue-pilled society. Yeah.
Yes, and in my opinion, you're definitely the last line of defense.
Yeah.
The younger crowd like us, we're doing our best, but
yeah,
men of older, around your age, right? You say you're almost 40, right?
Yeah.
You guys are the last line of defense because there's people around your age or older that was doing this before us. The MGTOW Red Pill or Manosphere Talk. You guys are definitely killing it to the point where there's actually young men in high school are repeating all this advice on TikTok and all their social media. So compared to back then, all those years ago, let's say around 2014, because that's when I pretty much joined the Manosphere. Today, I am very glad that everybody here and you, and it's phenomenal how the Manosphere Talks is going around the world, because it's not just the US. Around the world, men are waking up, and I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Because
if you have a lot of people in any society who are disenfranchised, eventually revolution will come. And a lot of men have been taught that masculinity should be frowned upon, and giving up your freedom should be frowned upon, and keeping quiet should be frowned upon. It's time to bring back masculinity, and it's time to bring back masculinity and actually be what our ancient ancestors were. People who who were, even to this day, we are about hard work. But think about back in the day, the whole idea of survival. Men, we've become too comfortable in our cushy jobs, our cushy environments, and I think we have to have that mindset of survival. Um,
I agree.
and I think what's also happening now with the whole entrepreneurial movement, I think that is a great testament to a revolution. A lot of men now are saying, "Fuck these corporations, fuck these jobs. I'm gonna do my own thing." And I think that YouTube is now allowing people to voice their opinions and get paid for it. I think streaming service, with TikTok and the gaming services are all avenues for people to pretty much give a middle finger to these corporations and do your own thing and have people
But
follow you. Yeah.
to an extent, YouTube, you gotta tread carefully with YouTube, especially with the Manosphere talk. You gotta tread very carefully because they don't like it. They're the OGs of this Manosphere talk. They got banned multiple times.
Yeah.
So you got a question as well, Chaotic, when it comes to cesspool endeavors. He says, what are your thoughts on MGTOW, men going their own way?
I think that MGTOW is a component of the red pill community. And I think that men who feel as though they should live off the land or get away or break away from Western society, men who believe that going off the grid is useful, then I'm totally for it. I think the idea of I watch a lot of videos, and my camera might go dead. Well, not dead; it might overheat. But I watch a lot of videos on, men and women living off the grid, and they hunt their own food. They create their own, irrigation system. They create, pretty much their own compound.
Right.
And I think that is, I think to a degree, that is what freedom really is. If you're able to live off the land and protect yourself. I watched a video of this one female. She took over this town, this ghost town. There's a lot of ghost towns in America now. This tiny rural town in, I think it's in Nevada. And she has her pistol on her, of course, obviously for wild animals and human beings, of course. But she just lives off the land. She lives off the grid. And I think that's an awesome thing, the idea of adventure. And I think that's what has been missing in a lot of lives the last 100 years, since we become more modern and living in big cities or suburbs. So yeah,
which is understandable, but you do understand, what the true purpose of MGTOW, or what, in the sense of we're just men walking away from their social, or not social, but walking away from their traditional obligation. Because women have nothing to do with MGTOW.
No, they don't. I was just giving an example of just living off the grid, but I did use an example of a woman. But no, there are men.
The chat was like, what MGTOW is.
Yeah, no, I was just giving an example of just living off the grid. I was just saying that even women are doing it. So I'm saying if women are doing it, then
they're doing it as well. Yeah,
right. So, but I'm saying is that men who are doing it, I think is awesome. I think it's adventurous, and it's what we are supposed to do by nature. It's written in our genetic code for men. A man can really live by himself, right?
I agree, million
percent.
Yeah,
a man, we can live by ourselves. A lot of men, I just got married, but for 30-something years, man, I was living by myself, sleeping around with all types of women, frolicking around, and didn't have a care in the world. And I think by nature, that's what we're supposed. I mean, to a degree, we can do it and not be upset or sad or this, that, and the other. As long as we have food and beer and water, I think we're good as men living off the grid.
Well,
you're married, right?
I beg your pardon?
You married?
Yes, I just got married in August. Yeah.
Okay, so before I give you questions myself, nothing interrogation, nothing. It's just, I just want to ask you a few questions.
Mm-hmm.
How you agree with the ideologies of MGTOW and Red Pill, and you still got married. I'll ask you soon, but everybody else, Rishi, Mayor, does anybody have any questions or anything to say to Chaotic before I begin? Because you guys know that I go on rants.
Yeah,
So
no, I actually would have. I guess two things regarding. Well, one basically regarding men living on their own. As TFM mentioned yesterday, like you can be the biggest, baddest, toughest guy, like with the most skills. You still got to sleep sometime.
Yeah.
You're still going to have moments in your life where you're incapacitated. So 100% on your own for a man, I can go for a while, and we can definitely handle it on a psychological level much better than a woman. But to say that if every man tries to go out and do something on his own, the first two guys that are able to cooperate and work together are going to be superior.
That is definitely and I know exactly what you're talking about.
Community.
Yeah.
I actually plan on, I totally agree with you on the off-grid living. I've actually been planning for 2 years to move off the grid on the big island of Hawaii. So it's been like my dream. I should be there already, but the fucking coof is holding it up a little bit. But yeah, hopefully by this summer, that's where I'll be at. So. Doesn't take a lot for a man to be happy. Just going to get like a school bus conversion, like 3 acres, grow my own food, and just chill.
Yeah, and I guess the second thing also is every man can't be a leader all the time. Like you're eventually going to encounter men with more expertise than you in various fields. So at times like that, you can't say you can't have multiple men fighting for dominance all the time. Eventually, one guy's got to maybe not submit as the word, but defer. Where you look at another man and say like, hey, I respect that you know more than this in this field than me, so I'm going to defer to your judgment and listen to your instructions.
For sure, agreed.
Yep.
Chaotic, I had a question for you. Have you gotten in touch with anyone in IBMOR, the introspective Black Men of Reform? Like, I follow Black Ram 313. I don't know if you've visited his channel, but I know it's.
I'm not familiar.
What about what's his name? O'Shea?
O'Shea Duke Jackson. Yeah, I've been. I'm very familiar with him. Yep.
Yeah, you probably see me in the comments a lot, probably.
Okay.
But have you been involved in the Black Manosphere for a bit?
No. Believe it or not, I believe in I believe in, and I don't want to get too far out the spectrum because I don't know how this panel operates, but I believe in the idea of a Renaissance man, meaning that the idea of cultivating all types of perspectives, the idea of trying to always seek knowledge for your own continued posterity. So I'm very familiar with the Black Manosphere, but I'm also very familiar with other philosophies. I'm very familiar with, the idea that even on this planet, if you just look up into the universe is infinite. And the idea that we don't really know shit in comparison to the, what's out there, that's so mind-bogglingly crazy that the idea of just honing in on the Black Manosphere or honing in on the Manosphere, it doesn't really make any sense to me because it's too much out there. It's too much out there. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are you saying just the Manosphere as a whole? Like
It's just a component of my existence. It's just an aspect of who I am. It's not that I hone in on the Black Manosphere. It's just that it's
just the Manosphere.
It's certain talking points from the Manosphere that I agree with, and some talking points that I don't. But yeah.
So here's the big thing, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Which I am going to go on my questions and stuff.
Sure, go ahead.
How you say? Of course, because you said that are you pretty new to all this? Or
no.
Oh, you've been talking. Okay.
No.
So based on what you know when it comes to the red pill philosophy
Sure.
or the MGTOW philosophy, or just any points you agree with or not,
Sure.
you still decide to get married after knowing that knowledge?
Yeah, well, here goes the thing. And I talk about this on my channel a lot. The red pill is not about women. It's a component. Women are a
Right.
component of the red pill, but the
Right.
red pill is about really cultivating who you are as a man. It's about developing skill sets, seeking knowledge, and understanding your existential nature within the universe, in my opinion. Now,
But is it also red pill accepting reality for what it is?
and the red pill is accepting reality for what it is. Now,
Right.
with that being said, I come from a nuclear family. My parents are still married to this day.
Okay.
And obviously, no institution is perfect. But the concept of marriage, which is a human created construct, it has worked in many cultures. It's worked throughout history, and it works if you primarily understand vetting and understanding that benchmarks should be met. So, for example, I used to brag about it, but I've slept with not a lot of women, but I've slept with about 80. I think my last count was like before I got married, it was like 80 something women throughout the course of my life, right?
Did you just say that's not a lot of women?
Sir, listen, I have friends who are I'm talking about 200 and 300s.
Well, compared to the rest of the men, majority of men that doesn't have that opportunity.
I think
you're a player in their eyes. Like, yeah, he's getting them girls.
I used to get laughed at for listen. I have friends who like literally would sleep with. They had a girl for every day of the week, especially on a huge college campus. But the idea is this, right? The red pill is not codified, right? It's not codified. There's no institutions. There's no school of thoughts. It's just a bunch of guys who have I guess the source material would be from the Matrix, right? Trying to seek the truth, right?
But is there a foundation?
Well, here goes the thing. There may be a foundation. I don't know, and I'm always open for anybody's opinion or perspective on it.
Yeah.
But what I do know from the red pill is it's understanding who you are as a man within the universe. Now, I've seen a nuclear family. My parents are still married to this day. And the woman that I'm with right now, the woman that I've married, I properly vetted her. She met a lot of benchmarks that I required. And pretty much I married her family. So there's an understanding of not just there's an understanding of a level of business as well with it. And that's how a lot of marriages work as well. It's an understanding of being with someone who you believe is your soulmate, but also business, increasing your net worth. And that's how a lot of marriages have worked and operated throughout history. Now, yes, do a lot of marriages end in divorce? Of course they do. Do a lot of people pick the wrong spouses? Sure they do. Somebody could easily say, well, your wife may up and leave one day, yada, yada, yada. That's the reality of the situation. And I know that. But I do also know that the woman that I'm married to is the woman that I've met in my life that is the only woman that has met all the benchmarks and criteria that I wanted in a wife. And
okay, when did you guys meet?
When did we meet? We met about a year and a half ago.
And how old was she?
26.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And does she meet the traditional standards of a woman?
Absolutely. So so my wife was a tax attorney. She worked for about a couple of years after law school. She said that she couldn't do it anymore. In the movies, they like to romanticize certain positions like lawyers, but in reality, lawyers work from 8 in the morning to 10 at night sometimes. So I told her, and I said that I will take care of the household, and the reason why I said I'll take care of the household is because when I come home, there's food on the table, there's a bath running or the shower's running. She doesn't stress me out with nagging and chitter chatter, and these are understandings that me and her went over. So basically, she has submitted to me, and she makes my life easier. When there are clothes that need to be ironed, she irons them. When excuse me, when I need to be in complete silence, she leaves. And those are just understandings that we have.
Okay, so knowing the probability of over 50% of all marriages in the US will end in divorce,
Yeah,
and close to 80% of divorces are initiated by
by the
women.
woman. Yep.
Why? How do I say it? Because we preach that the probability for a man to do that, that is a very horrible chance to take. If you're a betting man, that's not something that a man should do, at least in 2022, when it comes to signing that marriage contract. What made you still want to do it, even though the statistics are saying, hey, these are red flags. Maybe you shouldn't, as a man, you shouldn't go forward with signing a marriage contract.
Well, you also have to understand that that there are contracts that you can sign that will protect your assets as a man.
You're talking about
And
prenups?
prenups and other prenups and other
You
documents.
do know prenups get thrown out, right?
Prenups do get thrown out, but we put it this way, sir. My assets are very protected, and my wife is from a very well-to-do family, so am I. And we're not worried about things, tangible things.
So do you have a prenup or an ironclad prenup? Because I think there's a very secure prenup.
I have a very secured prenup that protects all of my financial instruments and assets.
Okay.
But
okay.
now, but hear me out though. What you're saying is absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct in what you're saying. 80% of marriages in America, I think it's close to 7. I think it's 70 end in divorce. I think 80 or 90% are initiated by the woman. These are stats that I already know. But just like with the stock market, just like with any other financial market, cryptocurrency or even real estate market, you take chances, you take risks. Again, the combining of families is what is paramount in a marriage. And again, I married the family as well, if you catch my drift.
True, but which I will agree 100% if it wasn't, if it was almost 100 years ago, I'll be for it, right?
Absolutely.
Because what's happening today in today's society, when it comes to men opting for marriage, more likely than not, it's not going to end well. So when it comes to marriage, right? Because once again, I can't tell, and Chad needs to understand, I can't tell or dictate a man whether to get married or not. I can only give information.
Yeah.
So based on the information, Chaotic, that would you advise other men to get married or not?
No, I would not. Marriage is just as volatile as the stock market, and if you do not have an understanding of how marriage works, if you, in my opinion, I've done videos on this, if you really don't meet certain benchmarks, then no. If you primarily didn't even come from a nuclear family, maybe not. You should I ill advise it because you don't even have reference points on how to deal with the wife because you didn't see your mother married, right? So my situation might be a little bit, my answer might be a little bit different, but No, I don't advise men to be married, but I do advise. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I got a quick question.
Sure.
So do you-
After Chaotic is done, then I'll let you
All right.
guys do questions. Are you done, Chaotic, with your statement?
I'm waiting on you guys. Yeah, as
Oh,
you're
okay.
good, you guys ask me.
All right, Armin, go for it.
So, do you live in a community? Like, I'll give you an example. There's a YouTuber called Halsey English. He's married, but he's an Orthodox Jew, and he lives in a patriarchal community where his wife really can't leave him and take all his stuff. Do you like have a setup like that, or no?
So again, I live in a not only just a community, but my assets are protected, and her assets are protected as well. And the whole idea is that it's put it this way: I'm not in a position where I'm fearful of losing anything. Put it that way, if you catch my drift.
So you gotta have an ironclad prenup at that point.
Yeah, right. Well, but here goes the thing, man. I my wife comes from money, and she's not. So it's not like she's in it for the money, and I have money as well.
But here's the biggest issue, though.
I beg your pardon.
Who's currently making more income? You, your wife.
Well, I am. I'm making more income. My wife doesn't have to work. Her family is very well off. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm making money in terms of the marriage, yes, and that's how I want it to be, because I believe that. Listen, I believe that women shouldn't have to work.
Okay.
Working is not for women. Building skyscrapers and managing the sewage systems and the electrical grids, that's not for women. They shouldn't do that. They shouldn't be in the way of men doing that. It's up to men to keep society running, and women are just in the way. You ever moved with a woman? You ever moved actually moved out of a house into another house or somewhere, and women are just in the way? They don't know how to do it. Women don't have the brain to work like men, and they even know that.
Yeah, I saw the sink.
I beg your pardon?
They have all their random stuff on the sink in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Like, why? Why is all this stuff?
Yeah.
As a man, I'm so confused. Why you have 200 things on this sink top?
I built a shelf and installed a medicine cabinet, and you still got all your shit everywhere.
See, that's what makes me beyond when I check a woman's medicine cabinet.
But see, you shouldn't even. But here goes the thing, fellas, and this is what I'm talking about on my panel. You shouldn't even associate yourself around a woman who does that. See, a woman shouldn't do that because she knows that will irk the fuck out of her man. A woman should be neat and tidy. And if she's not, then those are red flags, and those don't meet benchmarks. If she's like that, that is a benchmark of disorder. That means she's disordered.
But you know how it is in 2022.
Oh, I don't, because I don't date those types of. I beg your pardon?
When it comes to the dating market, you know how rough it is for young men in 2022.
It is, and that's why I say men should go overseas if they really want to be with a conservative woman. And a lot of men will say, well, what if she becomes westernized? Well, here goes the thing. She didn't grow up in a Western country. So even if she gets aspects of westernization, she's not fully immersed in the culture. So it's not going to affect her the way that it's already affected someone who's already born here naturally. Like, listen, I can learn all the Japanese I can. I would never, ever be Japanese in terms of culture. But there are black people that were born in Japan, and other than their skin tone, they are Japanese because it's videos of people who are born in Japan that are black or white, and they are no different from a Japanese in terms of their spirit, the way they speak, their cadence. They're Japanese. Now, I can learn Japanese, but I will never be immersed in their culture the way that somebody who's naturally born. So you don't have to worry about a foreign woman becoming like a Western woman. You won't have to worry about that. She may pick up certain behaviors, but she'll never be a woman from, I don't know, you guys said it's a mixed crowd, but if you go to, I don't know, let's say you go to Czechoslovakia and you bring a woman back here, that woman, yeah, she may pick up certain traits, but she will never, ever, ever be like a Cardi B because she was, or Kim Kardashian because she wasn't born here.
Never in my life I will bring a woman back to the States.
And never have her hang around any of these American women.
Yeah, because once again, women with their high mind mentality,
Yeah.
they're beyond easily influenced to, especially when they find out like, ooh, I could take advantage of this dude.
Yeah.
It is game over. But you do have a question, Chaotic.
Yeah.
I'm
looking at your chat right now, and I really would like your chat to know this. There are people who play football who do not want their children to play. If you understand that, you will understand why people who are red pills sometimes get married. And so the thing is that maybe that wasn't a good analogy, but the fact of the matter is that I'm not telling anybody to get married here in the chat. What I'm saying is that look at marriage like the stock market. You have to understand how technical analysis works, fundamental analysis works. So fundamental analysis in stocks is studying the history of a stock, right? Technical analysis is studying patterns and data. So apply that to marriage. Look at data.
I agree, but
right
throughout the years, it's been constantly getting worse.
But here goes the thing about the red pill and MGTOW community.
Yeah,
let's look at data and facts. You mentioned Jewish people, right? Is it ironic that Jewish people stay together mostly for all their lives when they're married? They don't have
Jewish people.
Well, the Orthodox Jewish community is like a patriarchal community where like the woman can't really leave.
Wait, hold up. Were you the one that said it?
Yeah, it was me. I was bringing up one of TFM's co-hosts. His name's Halsey. He's an Orthodox Jew. He lives in a patriarchal community. Like he's married, but he lives in a community where his wife can't leave him. So like unless you're like in a condition like that, I would never recommend getting married. Like there's certain cultures where like the woman can't leave you and you pretty much have the say. But in most cultures, especially Western cultures, that is not going to happen.
And I got to elaborate. Okay. All women are the same around the world.
Yep.
It is what it is, biologically speaking.
Yeah, and I agree with you. But I think that culture has an impact on certain groups of people.
I agree.
Yeah. And so, my wife or anybody else's wife could easily up and leave. But more than likely, your foreign wife is not going to up and leave you like your wife who lives in rural Kansas will if she finds a man based off of hypergamy. Let's just be completely honest.
I disagree with that too, though. I know a Filipino
Amish people, they won't leave.
Well, yeah, Amish is another one of those communities where the women can't leave. But I know a girl, she's Philippine. She married a 60-year-old dude to get over here. And as soon as she was like over here for the amount of time, she divorced that guy, took like half of his stuff. And then, as soon as she got around these Western white women, she was fucking destroyed.
That's why I say to never, ever, ever, if you're going to go overseas, which I do plan. For me personally, I will be going over because I was overseas before. Like, you guys already know. South Korea, Philippines, Thailand, Japan. But she's staying there. There's no way in fucking hell she's coming back to the States.
You never bring them back to the West. That's a death sentence. You're just asking for half of your shit to be taken.
But Chaotic, where you at? You there, Chaotic? No. Oh shit.
I think his camera cut out.
Ooh.
No, I'm here.
Right.
Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm here.
Okay. Somebody had a question that I was going to try to read before.
No,
did you marry a woman overseas, or did you marry a foreign woman?
I married an African American woman.
I'm not surprised because once again, majority of marriages between a black man and black woman is still around 80%. I think it is in the U.S. All the marriages, not relationships, but marriage. It's still a very high number. But give me a second, Chaotic. I'm going to invite somebody. The one, the only Chronic.
Whoa. You married an American woman?
Oh, here we go.
You done fucked up, Bruda. I don't care if she's
Chronic, are
African.
you
I
able
don't
to
care if she's
explain-
Caucasian. I don't care if she's red or purple or green. If there is any American associated with her identity, she's for the streets. Sir Yeetus, you know what it is.
Well, I know that personally. Don't come at me.
No, let him go. Let him talk. Go ahead, Indeed. I'm listening. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. I'm saying like, I know. I'm just letting Chaotic know.
Let Chronic go. Go ahead, Chronic.
No, I'm just saying, man. If I were to choose any black woman on the globe, I'm going to the motherland. I'm not going to America. Are you kidding me? American women are trash, man.
What country in Africa would you get a woman from?
Oh, you're exposing my ignorance. I've only dated chicks from, I guess they're Nubian, but they're Egyptian. So, and I guess it depends on your preference. I mean, you can go to Africa and find like 100 different phenotypes, right?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe even more.
You can like find a really skinny, super dark, so dark she's purple down below.
Sudanese, Sudanese women are very beautiful.
You could.
I actually have one as my avatar. Hold on, let me show you. There you go.
Oh yeah, no, those are the models.
This is a
international models.
Yeah,
I find like almost like a black Arab mix.
Yeah,
they might get a little spicy though, but it really depends on the culture. But when you're talking about Africa, I guess it really depends on you're talking rural or urban. If you're looking rural, the tribal cultures are so distinct because they're so separated. You could find, some very interesting cultures to go for. But like a lot of the urban cities, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, there's differences per se, but urbanization, the infection of feminism that America has been exporting. I always tell everybody who's talking like, oh, you Americans always complaining about the Chinese sending drugs or the Guatemalans sending immigrants. I'm like, look, we're sending feminism to you guys. That's the fucking worst. I apologize. We're sending the worst kind of shit to you. I'm sorry.
So what do you have to say about that, Chaotic? Because you say you have something to say, a rebuttal, anything?
Oh, yeah. My only rebuttal is that the Undeed Chronic, besides the fact that he sounds like, what's my guy from the UFC? Dana White. Yeah, I thought that was him. He's absolutely right. Undeed Chronic is 100% right. I made live streams about this. I give men advice about this that come and DM me or email me or even follow my live streams. Your best bet is to get.
Chaotic, I gotta stop you real quick. Did you just say that Undeed Chronic sounds like Dana White?
That's what I thought it was at first when he got on here. It was
really.
He has a very good radio voice, a very good voice. He should definitely
have a good radio face too.
Yeah, you should definitely do YouTube. But no, Undeed Chronic is right. I give advice about this. I say that as a man, especially living in America, if you decide to date overseas, and typically get a woman from an African country, one that really is not, some African countries are very westernized, like for example Nigeria, because the British were the colonizers there up until 1960. But a country like Sudan, that's pretty much, they live sort of like how it was 100 years ago. A lot of those women are very, very traditional and very, very beautiful.
Just the way that the African American women treat African American men, because it's almost like the culture's a trap. If you as an African American man can take hold of your masculinity and not, try to how should I say, express it through tomfoolery, and you get to a position where your money's right, you're not going to be put in a position where some pigs can ruin your life or a woman can ruin your life. You look overseas, the way those women treat you compared to the entitlement African American woman treat
it's far better. I agree with
it's like night and day. I would say like as a white man, it's definitely better abroad compared to how white American women would treat me. But black American women treating black American men, it's disgusting, man. Like they just. I have a friend. He wears glasses, and black bitches are calling him white. They calling him Urkel because he wears glasses. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna keep it real. That's why I have a big bias against African American women. So,
well, listen, you guys don't have to prove it to me. I already know that. I mean, I try to counsel as many a lot of African American women follow my channel, and I try to counsel them on their behavior. A lot of them, they get mad at me, etc. But you guys are absolutely correct. The feminism, or the feminist movement, not feminism, but the feminist movement, the advent of social media has allowed a aspect of behavior that lay dormant to come to fruition. And a lot of Black American women are very hypergamous. And truth be told, they don't want to breed for intelligence. And you are right. They laugh at the guy with the glasses on who looks like Steve Urkel.
Yeah, I'm trying to speak like one of them white boys.
You're absolutely right. But the thing of the matter is, with a Black American woman, and this is what I always tell people, especially young people who follow me on my page, is that you have to talk to them like children. And I made a video about this a long time ago on a previous channel. You have to speak to them like children, and they will fall in love with you. It could be even the 9s and the 10s. You don't ever give them a sense of dominance, and that's why
wait, hold on. So like children are like assholes.
No, you talk to them. No, you first of all, you shame their behaviors, right? So you like, for example, if you ever go out on a date with a hot chick, and most men and most of you guys probably have, you if they get to talking a lot, say, sweetheart, be quiet. You are to be here for my comfort. Yeah, you have to do things like that. You're running your mouth. Stop it. Just be pretty. Stop. You have to always remind them that you are the dominant one. And that's why a lot of men and women follow my page.
But how it's crazy how you have to be a lot more aggressive with African American women?
Why is that?
Well, especially in certain areas, which I'll say one of them, Chicago.
Yeah.
They don't respond with that, be quiet. No, they respond to shut the fuck up.
No. See, here goes the thing. You don't want to talk to them like that either. Now, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but the best thing to do is approach it like a teacher-student relationship. Because
you're not wrong.
They can always tell you to shut the F up too, but you have to like almost talk to them and shame them.
But they're not going to go too hard against somebody that's dangerous, because that's what they like.
But you got to understand that same girl has a father, brothers, etc., and she will meet force with force.
Well, yeah, I understand all that.
So just be careful with that. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, but
even then, she's going to send these people on you if she doesn't respect you in the first place on being not just masculine but hyper masculine.
No, let's all agree here. The worst kind of people, the worst kind of men a woman can send after you, they're not black. They're not white. They're
blue.
Blue. Yeah.
They're fucking blue.
They're blue.
Yeah, OG. I know I'm right. I know I'm fucking right. If she has the slightest hint of a weakness that comes for you, hell yeah, she's gonna set her whole family towards you if you try to LARP as a masculine man. Okay. When it comes to women, black women, especially black women from the ghetto, if you don't tell them in a very aggressive manner how it is, that's when it won't end well. Okay, because hell, she will send the family towards you even when you're nice to her. Hell, she'll send family towards you to rob you.
Yeetus, have you seen the video where some dude's ex-girlfriend like sent her whole family to jump the guy, and he called the cops, and it's just like this chick's whole family is laying on the ground with getting ready to get cuffed. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Well, the best bet is to even avoid those types of women from the first place. You got to set benchmarks from the first place. And you can see a female like that coming from a mile away too. If she's not conservative, if here goes the thing, a woman who's conservative, a woman who grows up in a nuclear family and the parents are still together with no tattoos, she speaks proper, she generally won't do things like that. A lot of men, they like the big fat disgusting Instagram model looking chicks, tattoos all over their body. And so those are the types of women that will call somebody. But you should see these types of women from a mile away. Any man in his right damn mind should not even want to even talk to these types of women. But hey, you can't tell a man what to do.
I would say most women probably don't live in a traditional family like with their father around, though. especially in the West.
In
The
the West.
nuclear family is basically extinct.
And that's especially, I would say for when I say strong black men, I mean black men who want to have strong families. They're gonna want to, as you say, chaotic truth. They're gonna want to find women with fathers in their lives. What's that? 1 out of 5 black families have a father in the household. So that's probably
right.
why there's so many upper higher quality black men willing to look abroad. Now, to any black woman listening, or go to your channel, it's also an opportunity for them, because if they can present themselves as feminine and submissive and willing to build a strong family, they'll have the cream of the crop of black American men, because they're getting compared to all these hood rats.
Yeah. Well, again, guys, at the end of the day, I believe this. It's up for the men to set the standard. And until men set the standard, a lot of women are going to act ratchet, et cetera, et cetera. Because to be completely honest with you, even though it probably was dormant in African-American women prior to the 70s, you didn't see black women shaking their asses and acting a fool in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. Now, it may have been in their genetics, but the culture was so patriarchal that they would never have done that back then.
Yeah,
it's in their DNA. Trust me.
I agree.
But, yeah, it's in their DNA. Black women have been shaking their asses since. Look at the hieroglyphs. You can see the hieroglyphs of women, black women shaking their asses on the hieroglyphs. So it's in their DNA to shake their asses.
2,000 years ago, they were thoughting it up.
Yeah, thoughting it up. You can see it in Indian women. You can see pictures of them.
Anyway, I mean, it's a female primate kind of behavior. There's a video of some female gorilla literally twerking in the zoo, and the male gorilla just like looks away and just walks away. It's hilarious.
So a lot of people in the red pill or manosphere or MGTOW, they think that these things are new, and I try to tell people in my videos these things aren't new. Even gang banging, that's not some new shit. That's some shit that goes back thousands of years ago. It's proof, because even in Africa, they had so many different tribal groups when white men went over there.
It's pretty much tribalism.
It was gang banging in Africa, just without guns.
Yeah,
so
So
we try to pretend like, well, because we live in this advanced society that all this is new. No, it's not. That's the reason why we have laws, because somebody thousands of years ago or hundreds of years ago said, you know what, we got to stop this shit. This is getting out of hand.
Well, the whole I don't say experiment, but the foundation of civilization was monogamous marriage.
Yeah.
Right. At least when it comes to agricultural societies. Now you had people like, harems and the Arabs and Mormons, but the majority of the marriages were so monogamous. You just have the upper quality men would get a harem. But with this, I always say we're in pseudo polygamy, because you don't have marriage. You have, I know Lion and MGTOW puts this stat out all the time. What was it, like 30% of black men in America sire like 60% of children?
Yeah,
it's something crazy like that.
And that's how it's been for. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's been promoted in part because Lyndon Johnson, the big white man government came in and said, if you want welfare during the Great Depression, you have to have the black man out of the home. And that kind of, as people say, feminism was kickstarted in the U.S. or in the black community, and now it's just kind of spreading outwards. But Yeetus, what do you think about that?
So you're saying, I'm sorry, say that one more time. Repeat that. What you're saying? I'm sorry, I was reading something in the chat.
No, you're fine. There's like a theory, and I kind of prescribe to this. During the Great Depression, black families could obtain more resources from the U.S. government via welfare, the Great Society, but the requirement was there could not be a black father in the household.
Yeah.
Right. And the initial decision was, we need to feed our kids. You got to get out of here, which, you could say is admirable. But that combined with the feminist movements has kind of created
it destroyed it took part in destroying the African American home. Because prior to that, the African American home, like you said before, was very nuclear.
I mean, you look at pictures of black families in the 30s; they're all like in suits, like 5-year-old kids in suits going to church. Yeah. It's like complete opposite.
Yeah, it was definitely a different time period back in the day. But like I said, the problem with a lot of freedom is that when you give it to people who aren't ready for it, you get what you have with Cardi B's, you get the Meg Thee Stallions, you get all this ratchet shit.
I mean, it depends how you define freedom, because some would say they're not free; they're just slaves to their desires.
I can agree with that too. Yep.
What's going on, Manic?
Oh, computer issues that I don't feel like talking about right now.
Computer issues again?
I bought a new monitor, and it didn't come with the power
once
cable.
Again, like I said before, man.
Yeah.
I can't tell men what they can and cannot do, right? If you want to get married, go ahead and get married. If you don't, But the information that we give out, at least in the Warband, will have men well informed in order to make a decision. If they still have the decision to get married, that's on them. If when things don't go well, it's like, why should I feel bad for you? Like we clearly showed you everything on why you shouldn't get married, but hell, maybe one or two will get lucky. Don't get me wrong.
It's like jumping.
One or two will get lucky and find that one woman, but for
it's
the majority
like
of
jumping
men,
out of a
that's
plane
not
and
gonna end
knowing
well.
80% chance your parachute is not going to open. That's how I look at it anyway.
Right, and once again, Kat, I agree. Like you said that you yourself wouldn't recommend young men these days to sign that marriage contract.
No, not just with a random chick. You got to properly vet, and I mean properly vet. You have to vet the parents. You have to get medical records of the parents. I mean, like it has to. With me, it was very complex. Because even if I don't have any children, but even if I were to have children, I want to make sure that the children have a certain type of genetic template. Everything matters with me. But yeah, I believe that was the right woman to pick. Yes.
What do you guys say about that Undead Chronic?
Well, the idea. So I mean, I'm not sure how much of our content Chaotic Truth has seen, but thanks for coming on. Thanks for coming on the stream with us, man.
Yeah, definitely.
But I'm a trained geneticist, and living a child growing up in a single mother household
is the worst thing possible.
Is scientifically proven to receive genetic damage. And the study I used to prove that is girls who grow up without a father in the household, they have their first menses, they have their first period on average like a year and a half earlier than if the father was in the household.
Yeah.
So their genes are being signaled. There's no father in this house. You need to get ready for reproduction as fast as possible. And that's where like the daddy problem things come in. Go on.
Can I broach Ghost? What's his name? Ghost Lackland in the chat. Is that all right?
Hold on. Which one? Right there?
Yeah. Let me tell you something, you little bastard.
Oh shit.
You little shit. My wife is an attorney. But I'm not going to sit up here and have you troll to the point where you're lying. My wife is 119 pounds. She's 5'8", 119. Some days she may be 121, you little fuck. So I'm not going to sit here and let you troll that hard. Yeah, you're funny, but you're not that funny. I would never in a million years marry a fat woman.
Oh, shit. No
I
mercy.
Pick cam up, Ghost. And I don't mind you trolling. But don't sit here and lie and say I married a fat woman. I married a very thin woman. I don't like fat. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes fat coochie is good at 2 a.m. No, I'm not gonna lie to you. And we all know it is. But to be honest, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, it is. Let's be honest. Let's keep it real. Though we ain't gotta lie.
We went from talking about genetics to I don't fuck fat bitches.
Yeah, but we've all.
Hey, we all make mistakes.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say it right now. Hold up, chat. All right. Yeah, you can troll the person himself, but don't go after his family, because if I see that shit again, you'll be banned on the spot.
Yeah.
I ain't about that free speech bullshit on my goddamn channel. But tread carefully.
Yeah.
You can troll the person, but don't go after his motherfucking family.
He crossed the line when he said my wife was fat.
All right, I'm talking about. I don't care if it's just chaotic truth. I'm talking about anybody else.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I won't
Troll
give
the
a tip,
person.
though,
If you're going
that,
after a person's family, you're gone. I don't give a fuck.
But I will say, reacting in that kind of way to the because as a professional troll, I would know this. It's the equivalent of showing your bright blinking orange weak spot. So, but
Yeah.
you know,
I got you.
that's all right.
Try to ignore them, but if I do that, see that bullshit again, where they talk about somebody's like family shit, they're gone. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
You will be banned.
I
This is
think it's
my
funny.
motherfucking
I hope
channel.
everybody in this chat right now is married to a fat bitch because that shit's hilarious to me. Rishi,
Try
I
me.
know you've been talking to
Exposed.
some
Try me.
top heavy shrooms.
Nah, bro.
There's a
Falling
reason
over.
I am known as the mean one. Try me. Go
Ghost
ahead,
Lackland, I'm not listen, Ghost Lackland. I'm not condoning marriage, sir. I'm telling you that I got married, sir. Listen, I've
Wrong target.
skydived.
All right, motherfucker.
I've skydove before too, Ghost Lackland. I'm not telling people in the chat to skydive either. I'm telling you what I did. I believe in the red pill. That doesn't necessarily listen. There are people who play in the NFL who will tell people I would never have my kids play in the NFL, but you guys can have at it. What does me getting married have to do with you, Ghost Lackland? You little shit.
Yeah, y'all can leave as hey. I don't give a fuck how many motherfuckers leave.
Yeah.
Okay. We're trying to have a constructive conversation, and you fucking extremist red pill motherfuckers want to go ape shit. Like, oh,
Well,
he's with a woman with ovaries. What? Are you insane?
And that's what
fuck outta here.
and I talk about that a lot on my page too, because a lot of women say, you know, chaotic. It's not the fact that Kevin Samuels or people are out here. It's the fact that it seems that the red pill just targets women. And I say, yeah, it's the same thing as Islamic extremists. They take a paragraph in the Quran, and they will live by that paragraph, and they will become extremists. The same thing with extremist Christians. Timothy McVeigh, I don't know if you guys are old enough to know who Timothy McVeigh is, but the same thing with Timothy McVeigh and other Christian extremists who have killed people in America.
Let's be honest. The Christian extremist body count is less.
It's lower. Yeah, it's significantly lower. Yeah.
My problem with Christians are I find them to be extremely weak.
Yeah. But I was just trying to give like
I feel like, no.
It's all good. How the fuck are we gonna move forward with our conversations? You hear, you motherfuckers, which reminds me of somebody. You motherfuckers are getting mad because he's associating with a person that has ovaries. Get the fuck out of here.
I think it's more. I think it's more the marriage, but
marriage or not, like, why the fuck you bitching? That's his choice. You can't control another man's choice.
Facts.
We can only advise him.
Double facts.
There's also the realization that, you know, a significant portion of us kind of have to make that leap in order for the human species to actually survive and thrive, because children do need to have two parents in their household.
Well, I think it's it's more of a nuanced take, and it's I don't think that chaotic is 100% against marriage, right?
Yeah,
it's about who and why are you getting married. Like, I'm not 100% against marriage. It's why are you getting married, and who are you marrying?
Yeah.
So I think that's the big disconnect. Is I wouldn't say that his output is don't get married. Period. I don't think you would describe himself as MGTOW. Now, if Chaotic was saying MGTOW, I'm MGTOW, and then he gets exposed to being married, then you could call him on some bullshit, right? You know, he's not. I wouldn't say he wouldn't claim that. So that's different.
Yeah.
Fuck those piece of trash.
Yeah, this dude Ghost is obviously an incel, and he's an extremist in terms of red pill. People like this, I hate to say it, they don't have luck with women. So every attack is about or against women.
I mean, I wouldn't assume
I don't know that.
Well,
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, here's the thing. I don't support fucking extremists regardless.
Oh no, that's where we disagree.
I don't support that type
I
of mentality.
100% support incel, MGTOW, red pill extremists because they're not attacking me. Because if you who are the feminist extremists?
The fact that these motherfuckers are going out of their way to attack somebody's family just because, like, what the fuck? He joined my goddamn live stream to have a
what's the first rule of the internet? Yeetus, what's the first rule of the internet here? Don't feed the trolls.
Nobody is safe.
No, it's don't feed the trolls. Don't feed the trolls.
Don't feed
ISIS.
Troll hungry.
Yeah, no, the trolls get hungry, and if they get a little bit of anything, then they multiply through binary fission, and then they come in with 3 ghost accounts, and then
But
We'll be
yeah,
talking about coochie.
you can't be coming up with my shit thinking you say what the fuck you want. Okay, if you disrupt my motherfucking conversation, you go. I don't give a fuck.
I can't talk about
What is
trying to-
guys? I'm sorry, guys. I gotta leave in like a minute or two, but I want to leave on this. What is going to happen with men and women relationships when the metaverse becomes a full scale?
You already know the answer to that.
Chronic,
The metaverse.
The
metaverse.
You're gonna
Dude, I
be
can't-
forcibly married to Mark Zuckerberg in a wig.
I'm gonna get Me Too'd from a video game.
I can't wait to vandalize my virtual
gonna get worse.
Walmart. in
Hey
the
yo,
metaverse.
hey, everybody stop! I want. Damn, that nigga gone. Anyway, okay, that guy Pete, go for it.
Oh, you want me to talk? Okay. I mean, yeah, I've talked about this on my channel a few times. I already know, man. It was like, because before social media, like with feminism and birth control pill and abortion, all that, it was already getting worse. Then social media came out and it got worse. And the problem is, with social media, we've never been more integrated yet more disconnected as humans. So, of course, how did they decide to deal with this problem? Oh yeah, let's just get you plugged into the metaverse. That's going to make things so much better. They're doubling down on their shit and the problem's going to multiply. That's exactly what's going to happen. You already know, man.
Basically, the real life Matrix. They want us to plug into the Matrix, live in a fucking tube, eat the bugs.
Now you can get friend zoned in virtual reality.
Yeah, now we'll get to play The Last of Us Part 2 in the metaverse, bro.
You guys saw that white knight that took place when the guy was like harassing that chick. That shit was too much.
Back off, leave her alone.
Hey guys,
I posted that on my channel.
Hey guys, it was awesome being over here. I will catch you guys in the next live. Peace.
Thanks for stopping by.
See ya.
Be around. Jesus fucking Christ! Like literally, when somebody has a slightly different opinion, these motherfuckers want to go ape shit. I don't give a fuck. How the fuck can we even come to some type of center ground when these goddamn red pill ISIS like, oh, how dare you associate with somebody with ovaries?
Yeah, I have something to say about this, if you'll let me have a word.
Go for it, that guy, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the way I kind of take it is like, listen, these red pill, what are you talking, red pill, black pill, whatever it is, right? These aren't absolutes. And I think a lot of people, they just want a prescription that just applies to every single situation in their life. And that's just never going to happen. You have general rules, but a woman reserves the right to try and prove you wrong. And honestly, in modern times, she should be the one trying to prove you wrong. Because like I said, I think a couple of streams ago, it's like we're way past that the times where like, you know, there was goodwill in dating. I actually not. I think it was on the podcast with what was it, Magic Midget? That was his name, right? That guy was fucking funny. But anyway, I just think there's no goodwill in dating. But again, just because, you know, like I've had plenty of bad experiences with chicks, but just because of that, it doesn't mean I'm going to be closed-minded to a woman proving me wrong. I don't think I would ever sign the contract in the West, though. I think that's crazy. But, you know, I've talked to girls that are like, no, we don't need a contract. It's like, you know, just like a ring that shows that that we're connected and we're going to spend our lives together, something like that. It's like, oh, so no contract, you know, you'll just have that. They'll settle for that. But
She's probably just saying that though to like, you know, after a while, she'll change her story, you know, kind of just sweeten you up a little bit.
Nah, but to be fair though, she's Jewish. She's like a Russian Jewish girl, so it's a little bit different. And she had Eastern upbringing, so you know, you're probably right. But what I'm trying to say is that you know, there are girls like that where it's like they don't want to sign the contract, but if she insists on the contract, that's automatic grounds to get kicked to the curb. It's like, all right, you're not here for me. Get the fuck out. And I don't care how long I've been with you, like I'll kick you out. But the whole point of what I'm trying to say here is that like fellas who are watching, obviously take what we say very seriously, but don't consume it as like absolutes. Nothing we say here is absolutes. There's always exceptions. There's always anomalies. And if you find one, that's fan-fucking-tastic. So instead of just telling the guy he married some, like his wife is fat when she's not, instead of saying some shit like that, just be fucking happy for the guy. Like that's what it really is. You know?
To join the goddamn Manosphere channel, let alone the Warband.
Yeah.
Because Warband, we don't censor like the rest of the goddamn channels.
Well, like
Yeah.
for me, I pretty much disagree with everything that dude says, but I'm not gonna attack him over it. Like,
Well, for me personally, at least he disagreed. Like, hey, yeah, I wouldn't advise a man to get married. I
'cause,
wouldn't
like,
advise that person to get married. That's the only
me,
thing I agree.
me knowing all this red pill knowledge, I look at marriage like it's fucking suicide. Like, you know,
Financial suicide.
it's like being told like I'm gonna go skydiving, but there's an 80% chance my parachute isn't gonna work. Like a guy with any common sense would be like, "Fuck that."
But he accepted it. He accepted that decision.
And signed a contract.
I'm not making a big deal about it.
He did
He
also
accepted
go through
the chance of him getting fucked over, even
There
though
are-
he had that prior knowledge of him dealing with his wife saying, "I'm not happy." Okay, that's the only reason why I didn't grill him.
There are certain communities where you can get married and you don't really have to worry about that. The only thing is a lot of people don't want to like become Amish or become like an Orthodox Jew or something like that. But like those are like strong patriotic communities. Like my dad's got a land up north and there's Amish farms everywhere. You'll see like 7 to 10 kids playing outside.
Yeah, like, and at the same time, he didn't go into it blind. He did do vetting. He did check the family. Like, he stacked the odds as much as he could. He probably took his divorce chances from like 60 to 70% to like 30, 40%. So, like, yeah, do I agree with it? Well, no, but shit. Like,
No.
his life, he gets to take the risks that he thinks are worth it. And hey, if it works out for him, fucking great.
Well, like at the end
Like,
of
it's
the day, he'll be the one getting divorce raped, not me. So that's why I'm not like, you know, you do you. Just be careful, pretty much.
My only question is if he's well off, he has his assets in order, the best prenup you can possibly think of, yada 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 yada, all of the dots and X's and all that crossed and whatever, and she has money. Why would you get married contractually? Why wouldn't you just get married through the church or whatever your guys' religion is, and that bonding has to be between the respect of the cultures? I just don't get that particular part, because I would never sign a contract and be married to the state essentially. If I were to get married and everything were perfect, like it was a Disney fairy tale, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's my whole thing is like,
where I'm coming from though, right? You can't force a man to not get married.
no, not at all. Someone's beliefs are someone's beliefs. You know, they have faith. That's the problem, is when you believe, you have faith. You don't have 100% knowledge, but you have faith. So if he has faith in her family, her situation, and himself especially, all power to him. We can only give as much advice and our experiences, our real life experiences, because at the end of the day, that's all people in the red pill space who aren't grifters, who've walked the talk, who've had that experience. Like, for instance, Mayor, his experience, like, we can all relate to certain situations, certain topics that Yeetus has, but like, if it's all relatable to him, and she loves him more than he loves her, and he believes and has faith, let the man be, to each his own.
Yeah, and it could be, as Ian Blades is pointing out in comment section, that he got the contractual bit like because of like her family could have some sort of connections that it just makes it easier if there's some sort of formalized agreement. We didn't get the details, and he probably wouldn't have time nor the inclination to share them all. There are
That's kind of why I was asking him if he lived in a community where like that was less likely to happen, but he didn't really specify.
I don't know. He kept on using like the stock market analogy. What do you guys think about that?
It sounds
I think
like
it's
it
more
was,
like playing craps.
I think it was a bad analogy.
I think he might view it as a business decision. Like, that's kind of what it sounds like. So there's probably something beyond just her. Like, if we go back to the idea of a dowry, like he takes on responsibility for her, provides the family. and in exchange, there's additional benefits beyond just access to her.
He said he married her family, I think is what he said.
Yeah.
Well, and her family's like well off too.
They have a business or enterprise that he might have a business or enterprise where they overlap. So you think about that possibly, where it was just like two birds with one stone or synergism kind of.
The merging of two kingdoms.
Yeah, yeah.
We used to do that in ancient times, merging two kingdoms to form alliance.
That's the biggest thing that I'm trying to say, right? Yeah, I can definitely not agree with his decision whatsoever. Hell no. But what the fuck am I gonna do? I'm not gonna say, hey, yeah, you're not allowed to marry this woman. He'd be like, okay. No. There's gonna be men out there who be like, I'm willing to take my chances. And then you're just gonna have to step back and see how it goes. Hell, he just may get lucky and actually have that quote unquote unicorn to stay with him for the rest of his life. But more likely than not, he is going to get the shitty end of the stick and get dragged through the divorce and family courts.
Yeah, I'd bet my left nut she's not a unicorn.
Well, it doesn't have to be a unicorn. Like, you can handle nuclear waste if you have the proper protective equipment.
That's good.
But
See, I don't believe in you.
Which, you know what? I'm talking about that shit tomorrow. I don't give a fuck.
What?
This extremist fucking mentality about the red pill and MGTOW. I'm talking about that shit tomorrow. Because that shit, in my opinion, is out of fucking control.
Well,
out of control. We ain't no motherfucking cult.
That's just like, there isn't any pure MGTOW, I guess. It's like more accurately be like gatekeeping in a way.
But it's insane. Like, how dare you talk to a person with ovaries? You're not red pill.
Well, like, say you go off and you like hook up with girls every other weekend. People will be like, "Oh, you're not a real MGTOW." Well, at the end of the day, MGTOW really is just no marriage, no cohabitation, no kids. You can still go out there and smash hoes if you want. There's everything from casual dating to all the way to monk mode.
MGTOW in its foundation is men that walk away from their traditional responsibility.
Yep.
Doesn't mean they're not done with women.
Girls just want to have fun.
We should have asked them if
Why can't men have fun too? Fuck that traditional bullshit.
Oh, that is a question that we forgot to ask him.
Yeah. We should have asked them if they believed in the 19th.
Yeah.
Does he subscribe to the idea that women should have the same say at the table?
I'm going to talk about this shit tomorrow. Because this shit definitely needs to be addressed. I don't give a fuck how you feel.
There's probably going to be a lot of pissed off dudes in
anything
your
that's
chat.
extreme is not good for you.
There's one thing about the whole Warband is like when you're talking about live streams, Chronic, having the call-in set up, he's more of he has his angle and he's gonna go with that. Like this is more of like a round table discussion, and you offer that, and that's what's very unique. So when you come here and you do the personal attacks, it destroys the whole aspect of like Yeetus being the host with the most. So you got to respect him for that.
And then it turns into a kill stream, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Where people just get nuked, and it's not fair to anyone who has a voice or an opinion or something that has to be heard or experienced. Because, for instance, we think it could be. We're postulating that it could be financial gain for him to associate with marriage and to have faith in that system. And you can't beat a man down for that, who is a hustler, who's on his grind. It is what it is, like that's just something that it could be. So respect it where respect's given. The guy, it's not like he was a complete brain dead retard. So you can't beat a man down for.
Give me a second. IRL Percy says, kind of lost a few viewers. Fuck them viewers.
So
it's about the message.
I got a question for you guys.
If you're not here trying to come and have an open conversation about manosphere issues, male issues, an actual open conversation, why the fuck are you even here? Oh, you too harsh? I don't give a fuck. If you think I'm too harsh, call in.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's the easiest way to resolve it. Just get in here and talk and squash it. That's it.
But what were you gonna say, Rishi?
I can't remember now.
So I got a question for you guys, and then I got to head out.
My bad, Rishi. My bad. What'd you say, Island?
So another reason why, other than all the risk that we know of for marriage, another reason why I wouldn't get married is because I think like love is just bullshit. Like unconditional love, I don't think it exists. What do you guys think? Do you think love actually exists? I think it's just like chemicals in your brain, and it's all bullshit, pretty much.
Well, yeah, it is.
I think men have love for their
chemicals.
children.
IRL Percy, I'm taking guesses that are extremists. I'm taking guesses that has that closed-minded perception that a man is not a red pill, MGTOW, whatever the fuck it is. If he associates with anybody that has any type of female reproductive organs. So once again, fuck him. All right, go ahead, continue.
As far as that's concerned, the love, shit, I just lost my train of thought. Fuck.
Well,
My
that's
bad.
the thing. Like, well, first of all, like the idea of love is some sort of supernatural, ephemeral, love conquers all kind of deal. Yeah, that's a load of horseshit. It is chemicals that your brain creates within yourself. Now, as for unconditional, that is very much a male perspective. Yep. I definitely wouldn't agree that there's unconditional love within women because it doesn't make sense from an evolutionary perspective. Unconditional love from a woman is not conducive to that woman's genetic lineage. And if it does exist, it's in such a minority, it's basically a mutation.
Agreed.
Well, yeah, that's my point. Like, men love unconditionally. Women love opportunistically. Like, they never love you for you. So why would you marry a creature that fucking only cares about what you can do for them and then get the government in on it?
That's because they're weak. You have the luxury to love unconditionally, because we come from a position of strength. We have the luxury and the privilege to do that. They don't. They never had.
Men are the protector and providers, and that's why women will only ever love you for what you can do for them. The moment you lose your job, the moment you get injured, the moment anything bad happens, they will leave you in a heartbeat and not feel bad about it at all. They'll be fucking doing monkey double backflips on the neighbor before you even realize what happened.
Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, man. I mean, something I always talk about on my channel is this concept of alpha imprint. This idea that basically you're the best she ever had. Again, this is not absolute. It's just in general. But generally, this is why we wanted women with low body counts, to ensure that you're the imprint. And that facilitated a strong pair bond and by extension, a strong family unit. And of course, with 304s walking around everywhere, that shit's all gone now. So there goes that. But I think the way that you kind of, I don't want to say ensured loyalty, but in a way that you facilitated what would be kind of like what our parents had and what our grandparents had and shit like that. Again, it's tied to that alpha imprint and the low body count. It always comes back to that body count question, even though girls want to deny. I think it always comes back to that. But I think now, since like that's gone, I think Island, you're 100% correct. You're just kind of in this ooga booga, as I like to call it, free for all, where it's just evolutionary factory setting autopilot, where these girls are just looking for the highest bidder. And that's Chad most of the time. And usually Chad's your neighbor. So it's like, yeah, I kind of agree. But this is why I was talking before about, like I said, like a ring, that doesn't fucking mean anything. Like to her, it means something, but to you, it's like, it's a fucking ring. But the contract, that matters. So that's kind of what I was getting at before. But no, I agree mostly with everything you're saying. Yeah.
As a man in the 21st century, you got to realize, hopefully, if you had a good relationship with your mother, the only monogamous relationship that you're ever going to have is with that particular woman. You're never going to have a true monogamous relationship in the 21st century with these creatures, with these beasts. We're just like so shit out of luck for what we've been raised for. And that's the one thing about this space is I think, and I don't want to go back and forth with the chaotic thing, but as long as, if any relationship for any man, as long as she loves you more than you, like the love that you have, she has way more than you have for her, I mean, go ahead and roll the dice, but shit.
Yeah, genuine desire is hard to find these days. Someone who actually like gives a fuck about you. It's really hard to find.
Hey, yo, that guy Pete.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What are you doing tomorrow afternoon?
Working, probably.
When do you get off work?
It's like 6.
Do you want to join the live stream?
You got a
Around
live stream at 7 tomorrow? Yeah, I could probably make it for that.
What time is it where you at right now?
I'm in New York, so well, right now it's 11 o'clock where I'm at. But like I said, I get off 6 Eastern.
Oh yeah, that's too easy then. Okay, yeah, I want you to join immediately because this conversation it needs to be addressed. That I'm going to be having tomorrow.
Oh, you talk about You talk about like when extremism takes it too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I actually wanted to mention something about that. I actually read a book. You know, Zuck the Cuck, right? He has a sister. She wrote a book trying to like smear the Manosphere's name. That fucking bitch. She threw the alt-right in with us. Like, what an asshole, right?
They always do that.
They always do that. What a fucking asshole.
Did you guys see that CNN video that said that we're all white Supreme pizzas and shit? They always lump the Manosphere in just to make us look bad.
I did a whole 3-part series just tearing apart her book because I was like so pissed at that.
Hold on, Pete. They call us pizzas?
White Supreme pizza. That's what Terrence Pop calls the
with pepperoni.
Yeah, I know what you guys talk. Fuck him, man. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Actually, have you guys caught TFM's video on the political trichotomy?
Yeah.
Nah, I can't say I have.
What was that? Was this on MGTOW TV or?
I think it's on BitChute. I'll look for it and drop the link in the private chat.
It's hard to find some of his old videos since he's not really on YouTube anymore.
Yeah.
No, I know it was up a while ago, I think, on BitChute. So
Okay.
I'll dig it out. But that actually goes a lot into the Overton window and the current politics. And it does explain why so much of, well, basically anything that isn't, well, Tim Pool levels of fence sitting would basically be considered white Supreme pizza.
Oh, yeah.
So,
the Overton window's all the way to the left these days, for sure. Yeah.
Well, it's basically like if you're a MGTOW or red pill, you value freedom more than anything, and the left can't have that. They can't have you just wanting to be left alone and doing your own thing. So then you get thrown under the label of white Supreme pizza.
Yeah, which is, but the funny thing is that we'd get thrown the other way if the Overton window was on the other side as well. Yeah.
True. You can't win.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say about the topic so far? You've been pretty quiet.
Well, I think we're some might think that we might have gone a little bit off rail here, but I think we're still right on the original subject here. Holding men accountable.
Agreed.
That's what I did, unless I'm wrong.
Definitely not.
Well, what we were just
accountable. I don't give a fuck.
Well, we were just
extremists.
I gotta jump off. I gotta jump off real fast though.
What?
I gotta jump off. So, it was nice being on. It was nice talking to you guys. So I think it was a good discussion.
Discord later.
Yeah, I have to head out
I
too.
got something to talk to you about. Yeah, I'm talking to
All
you
right.
with somebody else.
Who, me?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Just hit me up. And it was good seeing you, Rishi. It was good seeing you, Manic, Mayor, Real Talk, everybody. Pete, I'm going to take
Always
off,
pleasure, man.
guys.
You should have bought more alcohol. Peace.
Peace out.
Peace, guys.
Puniti.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Puniti.
Damn, you leaving? I'm just about to fucking. What the fuck, man?
Everyone leave at once.
Everybody's thinking, man. It'd be your day ones, bro. But Mayor, you didn't finish your set. Did you finish or not yet?
No, we're holding men accountable here.
Because for me, that situation was completely unnecessary, and I ain't gonna let that crazy ass delusion. Yes, I'm calling men delusional because men can be delusional as well.
Yep.
All right, with all that extremist red pill MGTOW bullshit.
Yeah, you can have your head too far up your own ass for your own
And
good.
what was that saying? Which I will talk about. I will be talking about tomorrow. Overdosing on red pills. I'm talking about that shit tomorrow.
That's a good title.
Yeah.
Because there's no fucking way.
The
When a
red
guy
pill
says,
junkies.
"Oh yeah, I got married a year and a half ago, but I do advise men to not get married, right?" Kevin Samuels didn't do that. Even as a divorced stepfather of fucking, I think it was 2 or 3. He still recommended marriage. If that was the case, then I understand. But this guy, he said, no, I would not recommend marriage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
there's
that's-
motherfuckers in this shit talking about, oh, what do you do? He's a red pill. Oh, horrible sin. Fuck that guy. Your wife is fat as fuck. Like, what?
Yeah, it's some fresh and fit shit.
Like, how dumb do you fucking sound? All right? If he deserved it, that's one thing. But he did not deserve that shit.
Well,
If your motherfuckers are looking for entertainment, go to Fed and Fraud. Go to Donovan Shart. Go to Rollo. Go to
Sorry.
Cuck Murphy. But you're not bringing that shit in my motherfucking channel.
Here's the thing with apparently if you recommend marriage, you get literally 1,000 times the subscriber count. Literally, it's 1.3K on Chaotic to 1.3 mil on Samuels.
I don't know, man. They think that I'm being mean. I don't give a fuck if they're thinking. Once again, men are commentate. If you want to call me on the bullshit, call me out in the comments. Call in. Call me out. Let me know if I'm wrong or not. Please be my guest. Does anybody in the chat right now want to call me out? Because I am ready for a debate. I'm ready for that shit. I'm willing to admit if I'm wrong.
Well, Yeetus, I shared the story before about how my best friend married the chick 2 months after his father died. And
I think you told me about that.
Yeah, how like literally on the night of his funeral, the day that this dude gets buried, his girl tells him to go fucking self. And like I like reiterated and I brought it up, and he's like, I've been thinking about that ever since. It was like maybe 3 weeks before the marriage. And I was literally trying to like walk him off that plank. And here's the best part. It was the reception hall. They wanted a deposit, and it might have been $10,000 or $20,000. And I literally got a hold of one of our other friends who was, a part of the wedding, because we were all good friends growing up since we like been in middle school and shit. And the dude literally, we talked, and I was like, hey man, I'll put 5 on it. I was willing to put literally $5,000 to break that contract so this dude wouldn't marry this chick. I was trying my damnedest, but I couldn't get it to happen because he had so much invested. It's been eating at him, and it was like maybe a month before the wedding. His girl, he came in one night. She was cooking. He came in. Everything was cool. She just looks at him and says, "Shut up," as like a demon, a succubus demon. And it's just like, I still could not stop him. And he has this in the back of his head. And I think he was a better off blue kind of guy.
Yes,
so at the end of the day, there's nothing. Yes. And there's nothing that you can do for these men at the end of the day. But he still calls me to this day and wants to talk red pill. The only way I've been able to get through to him, because he's Orthodox like me, we were literally fucking we were in the altar together, and it's not like the Catholic altar. This shit's like a completely, it's the altar boy situation isn't how the Catholics are with the Greek Orthodox. I can reassure you that we're just some fucking clowns, but
hey, real talk, give me something right quick.
What's yeah.
IRL. If I can reach to 10,000, that's where I'm happy. I don't need to go to 100,000 or a million. Because if I can reach a few hundred men a day, that's all that matters to me.
Same.
The only way I've been able to get through to the BOBs, better off blue kind of guys, if they're religious, is by getting them to understand the female nature that's within the religious scriptures and the religious text. And once they can wrap their mind around that, then that kind of gets their gears going, and there's a little bit of momentum to push that vehicle like down the hill so he can pick up some speed and hopefully gather some air. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's our only hope for these Better Off Blue. If there's a way in which you can coax them into it and it's more subtle and it's more palatable, then yes, try, but do not be overbearing. And you can't be like someone who, for instance, it would be like this best friend of mine, as soon as he picks up the phone, bro, you fucking got married, still can't forgive you. And you just hang up the phone on him. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that like this dude just lost his dad and you're just like, bro, you don't accept the red pill? Fuck off, man. It's like, who does that kind of shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, who does that kind of shit? So it's just like the open-mindedness, we can't be like the hive-minded creature of the Fremen today.
Right.
That's where we're differentiated, because our thoughts, our arguments are objective. They are outside of us. Women think only subjectively, and they can be steered in that manner. Every time you try to present something, never argue with a woman. But if you get in an argument, she can only think in a subjective terms because she's so solipsistic. So it's just like, as men, we have to remain objective and we have to remain open-minded, and we have to keep feeding our minds. So it's like, you can overdose on bad red pills, and the bad red pills are agents who've kind of infiltrated. I believe it, put it like this, if you want to look at the whole manosphere kind of on the topic yesterday, there's going to be infiltrators who want to feed you marriage, like Kevin Samuels, and then there's going to be infiltrators who want you to walk off the cliff onto the black pill stones at the bottom. Now, here's the thing. There's red pill truth, there's black pill truths, but there's truths in so many different ways. You have to soak up this game, and you have to be able to differentiate between what's real life from like real OGs and what's a grift. What's a false sense of reality that's been fed. Just like females get fed a false sense of reality, there's men in this red pill space who are feeding young men who are novice in the game, who do not have a lot of experience, or incels trying to get experience. They are feeding them a false sense of reality and a false sense of hope. So it's just like, there's two different grifts, there's two different types of agents, and we have to understand that, like, if you are that complete nihilistic, like taking a shit on a dude if he deals with a V, then you've been played, you've been duped by one of these sides that they have, because this is the part of how government infiltration works. They go ahead.
I agree, man, but I want to talk to True Blood for a second. True Blood.
No.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah. Hey, guys.
So, what do you mean that I am a blow off?
I said a blow hard. Blow
hard. Whoa, that doesn't make it any better.
Well, actually, it is a blow off. I have no idea what that is.
All right, okay. We're not going to go to the details, but what do you mean I'm a bit of a blowhard?
A blowhard is somebody who goes on and on and on and on and on, even after they've made their point.
So when it comes to the situation I got mad about, or anything else?
No, it's not a insult. It just means that you reassert your point again and again and again. You're constantly.
Which I think is very important when you're talking about MGTOW red pill stuff.
Yeah, it is. But the reason I called in was not to insult you. No. I'm not mad. I'm just wondering what you meant by the sometimes you go on a little too long about something. That's what it means. Sometimes you belabor the point over and over and over until you beat the dead horse.
Well, shit. How else will these young men will learn?
Well, that's a good question. But a lot of these guys, like that idiot we had in chat tonight, he's got that.
I did remove him. He just gone. I did not remove him. Susan. I did not remove him.
I was about to say Susan.
Right, don't try to
you can't go against Yeetus.
I already know, a bunch of eyes are coming at me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. I did not remove him. I'm gonna add him right now. Brandon, did I remove you? You there, Brandon? Brandon?
Silenced.
Yeah, might have tech.
Is this a zombie? What the fuck?
Susan's choking him right now.
We need to send a man to check on our boy.
Brandon, where you at? Where you at, Brandon? Where you at? You're making me look bad, Brandon. What's going on?
Jeez, Yeetus, what did you do?
And no, I did not mute Brandon either. Look, he
you
left.
just mute him?
Once again, I didn't kick him.
Yeetus, I don't want to keep belaboring and kind of going on with what Brandon just accused you of, but I did want to finish and say that there are going to be many ways in which the red pill, if you are in the red pill space, that the powers that shouldn't be, the Susans, there's going to be many ways in which there's plans for the men who get in this space, how they want to deter you from the truth. So it's just like, I think a lot of guys who do not want to have someone like that in your chat, they've gotten duped for the second time. They've came to a red pill space. They think they're red pilled, but really they're controlled by controlled opposition.
True, but the difference is that guy never claimed he was.
Claimed that he was.
He knows about the red pill. He knows about. You talking about the Brandon guy? Not Brand Trueblood, but the other. Not the Brandon. Chaotic. Sorry. Chaotic.
No, I'm talking about the people who are hating on Chaotic. I'm saying those type of dudes don't understand that there is multiple infiltrators in the red pill. They will get you to want to jump off a cliff and say, fuck women forever. I'm never getting any pussy again. Completely going monk, blah, 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 blah. You know, if you like to fall on some pussy from time to time, fall on some pussy from time to time. You know what I'm saying? You can't stop biology at the end of the day. So it's like these dudes want to just go so black pill.
Hey, you can't practice your biology, bro.
It's
Can
ridiculous.
you hear me now?
Hey, Brandon, you're back.
Oh, good.
What'd you say, Brandon?
I said, can you hear me now, you green fiery motherfucker?
How dare you? Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, man.
Oh, yeah. You know, that guy, he might be a fool. He might be taken in by some type of programming, but a lot of people are just damn angry at women. And, but he was acting a troll. You know, simple decorum. You don't go after another man's children. You don't go after his wife. You don't go after his family. Period. Ever.
Yeah, that's pretty much why I got like beyond heated, because I don't give a fuck. Like that person was respectful. That person was answering our questions. That person, he has his own opinions, even though I don't agree with it. But why the fuck will you go after his family?
Because he had no other argument to go after him on. He couldn't insult the man because Chaotic was smarter than our troll.
Right.
So he had to go after the family because he had nothing else. It's a sign of weakness when
Ad
somebody
hominem.
does that kind of stuff. You know, and it's
Who's going to say? He disappeared again. What the? Anyway, who has something to say? Because I heard somebody.
Yeah, I actually got a little something to expand on that.
What's up,
Again,
Gray?
another bit from Machiavelli. Like, a man will forgive injuries upon his own self or person, but he will not forgive injuries upon his family or property.
I agree 1,000,000%. That is something that I believe won't be solved with prison time or the death penalty. No, I have to solve it personally. At least me, as a man, I have to solve it because no, I won't be able to sleep at night if I don't deal with the problem myself. There's no fucking way. There's no you know what I'm talking about, Gray. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, but it's inherent to all men. Like, if you're gonna, like, this thing, if you have a problem with a man, like, for your own sake, just deal with that man. Like you can, like, punch a dude, stab a dude, like knock his teeth out, and he'll probably it's feasible that he'll be okay with it. But you fuck with his stuff, you fuck with his family, doesn't matter. You are permanently on his shit list.
Agreed.
Somebody has a question. What do you think about hiring escorts in the trips to Asia, Latino America? I would tell men to go.
Yep.
Do it. What do you guys got to say?
Wrap up,
can.
obviously, but
I'm just saying, like, hey, you know, like they're a lot cheaper than what you would deal with if you got divorced.
I think it's the perfect solution for incels.
Perfect, but
you get it out of your
how
system.
even incels are getting shamed for even getting passports.
Well, again, like funny thing is like if you've got $300 in your pocket, you're not an incel. You have standards.
Yep.
All right, I give you that one.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you know, there's a lot of people like they can't get a validational relationship, but like a lot of them, like I operate in black pill space. I've told Yeet about this, and I talk to incels, and a lot of them complain that like, you know, like I can't get boxed. At least you've had sex, Peter. So you know how could you understand? I'm like, bro, you can get it out of your system if you just go buy one. Like I actually had a friend. He did that. He did exactly that. He was all worked up over it. His hormones were riding high, and then he banged some like high class escort. And after he did it, he was like, you know what? That's it. And I was like, yeah, that's it. He was like, all right, I can move on with my life now. Like, you'd be surprised how many are in that boat.
Pete. I'm pretty sure he's drinking.
That was a bit of a tangent.
How do you feel about this question? Do you see the question or do I have to read it?
Yeah. So I do have an answer for this. Obviously, yeah, you're not gonna get like some cheap fucking floozy, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they like I said, I don't know. I'm in New York City. It's a little bit different. My friend was telling me about like websites
about STDs. What the fuck?
They're obviously bad, but I'm just saying that there are higher quality websites where obviously they're tested for that shit and all that. Obviously,
So
they're not gonna. It's like a black market.
Escorts?
Yeah, I'm talking about escorts. Me personally, I don't do it, but I'm just saying, like, I had a friend who was like in that space, and he's saying, like, you know, you get what you pay for. That's the moral of the story, pretty much.
Does anybody else have to say about escorts or high escorts?
Yeah, I know a lot of busters who have gotten them before. I don't hate on men. Like, the truth be told, you got to ask yourself. There's three types of men, you know, when you're talking about the quote unquote alpha. There's going to be the player, there's going to be the Mac, there's going to be the pimp. The pimp literally has women on the street. The Mac pretty much has that woman doing like favors for him and paying bills for him. And then the player is just getting free sex. And then there's the guy who's the simp. And then there's the person who pays. When we're talking about time on this earth, and I don't advocate for it, but when you look at it in this sense, when you talk about your time on this earth and how much time women take and the processes to get these creatures take to, you know, beguile them, to pretty much be the bad boy serpent, to whisper sweet nothings in her ear, that shit takes time, effort, and energy. You got to be in your best shape and your best frame, and you got to be confident, and you got to woo her and all this stupid ass shit that's implanted in her head from the Disney stories. And you got to ask yourself, how much time does that take? So a man who pays for high class escorts, I can't really hate on them. They are certain types, but at the end of the day, time is time. If you're a businessman, you do grind. I can't fault a dude who has the money to trick off like that if he really does value his time, if he doesn't bullshit about his time. But if he is a bullshitting ass dude and he just wants to fuck off bitches, you know, because of this, that, and every other situation, because he can't stop his desires, biological drives from going into overdrive and being a pussy hound, then, you know, that's another story.
Well, if you can kind of do the simple math, like even assuming that you were able to get it for absolutely no, like you didn't have to pay for dinner or anything. if you gotta blow 20 hours, like at $15 an hour, that's $300. Like,
it's a hefty investment.
Like that's the thing. It's like that's a lot of hours. You can do a lot with 20 extra hours. I think for a lot of guys, even 20 extra hours of sleep would do them a lot better in the long run.
20 extra hours in the gym.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, no, mate. That's the thing. Is like personally, like whatever. Time, money are more valuable. Now, admittedly,
all right, I'm back.
Admittedly, I've had my fair share of the stuff, so like I'm not gonna be like I'm not wondering what it's like, and it's a wonderful mystery. But at the same time, I got to look at priorities. Like, is this really worth the time and effort? When, like, A, we've got limited enough time on this earth as it is, and B, we've got like bigger problems on a much closer horizon to deal with. So,
sure,
that's what you're saying. But we're going to start winding down right now because we almost have 4 hours. We're going to start with real talk. What is your overall perspective about the topic today, or do you want to say anything else to the Warband?
The only way that iron can sharpen iron is by, men holding each other accountable. Because if we don't, we're going to be just as unaccountable as the creature. And if you get demolished by the hive mindset from running around like little boys, little children, on any sort of angle, whether it's a man's reputation and whatnot, we're all human beings. So it's just like, we have to just keep on sharpening each other. And that's the only way this space is going to grow. So that's all I got.
Which real talk is speaking. He's speaking the facts. Okay. The only way that we able to get stronger, iron against iron is to clash, clash or bang or whatever it is when it comes to forging the best possible sword. We have to butt heads with each other. Men don't operate like women do. Men are direct, women are not. Which explained the situation that happened yesterday. That's why I didn't make a big deal when it happened.
Because to be honest, it really wasn't a big deal. It isn't a big deal. It's a
Don't get me
disagreement.
wrong, it
And
did
they
catch me
happen.
off guard. It did. But that's it. That only caught me off guard. But in the end, both parties dropped a lot of gems. Okay. And the people that are like, oh, TFM doesn't know what he's talking about, or Mayor doesn't know what he's talking about, clearly did not spend enough time in the manosphere.
My last
say, Mayor.
What's up?
So what do you have to say? Because I was explaining how anybody that takes sides in that conversation yesterday clearly didn't spend enough time in the manosphere.
Not understanding either side, where either side's coming from, or just even having an open mind. I mean, we're all here to for everybody's benefit.
Yes, 1,000,000% I agree. And real talk, what was you going to say?
I was going to say, yesterday, Mayor was holding us Brutas accountable when it comes to your seed, your genetics, your lineage. And TFM was holding us accountable when it comes to your survival and your future. That's what I kind of saw the two sides. And it was a good clash. And I said, and in the chat live, I was like, there's a lot of love here. There's a lot of love between the two gentlemen. So that's what I think the most important thing is. We're only going to get stronger from sharpening each other. and showing each other tough love, because this is what we need.
Exactly, real talk.
Well
I
said.
agree with you.
For sure. But hey, peace out, Brutus. Everybody have a good night. And thanks for having me again. It was a pleasure.
You too, Real
Make
Talk.
sure you watch
Right.
those random YouTube videos.
What's that?
Oh, before I go to bed, I watch random YouTube videos, whether it's like documentary or some kid, falling off a swing, like whatever it is, It just the more random video I can find, the better. But a documentary is definitely what I would like to watch before I go to sleep. I'm a history nerd.
Oh yeah. Well, shoot.
There's this one black dude that does this one black guy. He's the Animal Planet type of guy. He explains what animals do. I don't know if you guys know who he is, but he's the one that he explains what this animal does this animal does that, and he makes it funny. It's not just boring. He actually makes it hilarious.
What, Z Frank?
Huh?
Z Frank?
No, he changed his name recently. He's almost at 1 million subscribers. Give me a second. I got you right now. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Do not leave. I got you. I got you right now. Hold up.
So Rishi, how you doing?
Doing pretty good, bud.
All right. Hey, fuck it. I had to find the exact name. I will post it in the comments after we're done with this live stream. That's for sure.
Well,
I like that kid. He actually is very informative, and I watch a good amount of his videos before I go to sleep.
Well, you could post it in your Discord channel. We'll find it there.
Oh yeah, that's even better. Yeah, you're right. Discord.
I need to get on Discord.
You're not even on Discord yet?
No. I've been out the loop, man. I've just been on my phone this entire time. My internet is real shit.
All right, I got you out there stream, but thank you for joining, man. And there will be another stream tomorrow, and that stream will be more serious than usual. Just to let you know.
Cool. Well, peace out, Brutus.
Huniti. Great, you're next.
All right. Yeah, well, just to expand on that, like even beyond steel, if you want to find what something's made of, science has dictated that it's best to smash it together with as much energy as possible and see what flies apart.
Right.
But also, men are the ones that hold other men accountable. That is an immutable fact. You can't, no society has ever had solely women at the top. You might have a female figurehead, but the power always comes from men. And it's the biggest reason why marriage is such a powerful tool of the government and society, because chaining a man to a woman and to children and to a family is what keeps a man fighting and sacrificing for the nation. Independent men are the biggest threat to any society. And that's a huge part of why the manosphere is such a threat to the establishment powers.
Yep, because that single man can't be bound legally. So how are these women going to control him?
Well, it's not even the women that need to control them. It's the men that control the women. That's the thing. So many, we do live in a 3-tier society that way. There's the men at the top, then the women, then every other man. And it's those men at the top, the freaking 9-10 figure dudes, or the
political
top
pimps,
the Chads and the Stacys, while we're 3rd-class citizens.
So, I guess that's the thing. So, men do have respect for yourself, and remember, you're responsible for holding yourself accountable as a man too. You can't.
I agree, 1,000,000%.
Can't rely on others to hold you to account. You're where the buck has to start and where it has to end. Be thankful if another man is willing to honestly speak with you on that, because in this modern day, that too is very rare.
Based on all the feminine men that I see out here, yeah, it's definitely rare for a man to confront another man about his fuck ups. I agree 1,000,000%. Thank you very much, Gray. Once again, you are on a roll when it comes to my live streams.
Yeah, I do what I can.
You want to join the one tomorrow? Because tomorrow it will be a bit more serious.
Yeah, actually, should be good too. The weather's gonna get cold as fuck, so I'll probably have the day off.
All right, man. Too easy. Rishi, I don't know if you're gonna be busy tomorrow, but do you want me to do it a little bit earlier, like 3 or 4, or do you want me to just, do 7 p.m. tomorrow again?
You could do whatever, bro.
Rishi, come on, man. You gotta be on the stream too.
All right, bro. Sheesh.
Why are you mad at me? The chat is the one that's getting pissed off that you're not on the stream.
Yeah, well, didn't you just say like earlier, like if they didn't want to do something, they should go? I don't know, but I will be there.
They won't reach you here.
I don't know. I'll try to be here.
I thought something happened to you, bro. That's how crazy you got.
Thought something happened to me that I died.
I didn't see death, but I assume close to it.
I'll be fine. I'll try to be here.
Shit, anytime I come, where the fuck is Rishi?
Nah.
Like, I don't fucking know. Like, why are you yelling at me? But
I mean,
what'd you say?
I mean, the show is called Yeetus Thoughts,
But the majority of the live streams is me and you, man. You're part of the show.
Nah, but I will be there tomorrow.
Damn, he said nah, chat. He said nah. He's going rogue. He's gonna create his own live stream.
I'm gonna call it the kill stream, where I'm gonna bring everyone on just to insult them.
I outgrew you, Sir Yeetus. Literally, because I'm a mushroom.
Mike syndrome. You're nothing.
Hey, thank you for joining, man. Thank you very much. Gray, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you for joining, man. I will have another live stream tomorrow, as you know. And Puniti.
Puniti.
Woo! That guy Pete.
Still here, Buddha.
I still need to make a collab with you on your channel.
I mean, listen, if you could tell me how to do it, I'll fucking do it. I'll figure it out.
That's if you tell me.
I'm a fucking technological retard, man. Like, I'm not good with tech. I keep telling you this. You don't listen. Like, as far as my channel got right now, you know how many hurdles I had to go through to figure out just as much as I figured out already? It's a miracle my channel is even where it's at right now.
Okay, if you're not busy tomorrow afternoon, we can definitely make a video that I'll send to your channel. For sure. We'll make a collab and you can have it posted on your channel.
I mean, yeah, sure. I guess we could do something like that. We can figure it out. But yeah,
but it won't be an hour.
Yeah,
I don't know. 30 minutes.
I don't know if you said whatchamacallit though. If you said 3 or 7. Because if it's 3, I don't know, because I'm gonna be working. But if it's at 7, I could probably make it.
7, yeah. At the most, I can do 20 minutes if you want to still want to make a long video.
No. Like I said, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. But I'm not there yet.
Did you send me? I have to look at your account because I'm pretty sure you did talk to me about your email before. I completely forgot.
Yeah, it's on. I think it's under my about section. It's in my contact information.
Okay. Do you have anything when it comes to the topic, or do you want to talk about anything in general?
Yeah, when it comes to the topic, just kind of keeping with the clashing swords theme. Clash swords, but do so with integrity. That's it. focus on the ideas. Don't focus on the people. That's logical fallacy. I talk about that all the time. Just focus on the ideas because that's what we're all here for. And just remember, it's not absolutes. It's just general things that we've observed as men. There are exceptions to the rule, and if you could prove the exception, that's fantastic. I'm happy for you. But we're not going to change our whole worldview just for your exception. That's really all I got to say.
Okay. Do you want to show your channel?
Yep. Just like I said yesterday, if you want to check me out, it's that guy Pete. You refuse to invite to gatherings. Feel free to check it out. A lot of cool stuff on there. I actually posted a video before I came on here about the chat with you and TFM yesterday. My thoughts on that. So I already posted a video on that if you want to check that out.
Oh, you already did?
Yeah, I work pretty quick when the brain juices are flowing.
I'm definitely going to check it out after this live stream, but thank you very much, that guy Pete, and we definitely got to continue talking because I believe you can give a lot of insight about the manosphere. You're very articulate. I like it.
Yeah, I feel the same way about you guys, man. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
Even though I'm drunk like 80% of the time?
Even so.
Okay, cool. All right, man. Peace
Puniti.
out. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow. And
Hopefully, yeah.
Puniti.
Puniti.
Puniti Bruno.
Nothing, Rishi. Goddamn, Rishi, that pissed you off or something? What's going on?
What do you mean?
I didn't hear you say Puniti.
Put
Are you good, bro? Like, is this something? May Mercules.
It's
the one and only May Mercules.
It's been a stream, hasn't it, boys?
It has. Every time I say that it's gonna be a short stream, it goes like hours later. I did once again. I didn't
It's a
expect
chronic
that guy
curse.
to join. What'd you say?
Chronic does it to himself too. It's a chronic curse. You can't tell everybody you're gonna do a 2-hour stream. You'll end up pulling an 8-hour stream.
The 2-hour stream works like a little bit. Like I do remember ending the stream at around 2 hours before, but now, I might as well have my own TV show.
Yeah, we could do a whole channel of just Warband.
Well, we are contemplating on doing that. Not gonna lie.
A conglomerate channel where you can find all Warband content.
Do you have anything for the Warband when it comes to the topic today, or anything else?
The most important man to hold accountable is yourself.
That's it.
That's really it. You can't help some people, and I think part of last night's conversation touched on that. They're gonna walk off the cliff no matter what you do.
All right, I see what you're saying, man. And before you head out, do you want to show your channel?
Yeah, you can follow me here on YouTube, Mayor Mercules. Got a couple beats that I'll post to my channel before the weekend, but I'll also be recording a song to drop for the weekend as well. So follow me over there.
Can you post your link?
Of course.
All right, too easy.
And if you want to support the Warband, you want to support content like this, don't be afraid to donate to paypal.me/Sir Yeetus.
Yeah, and we're just getting started, y'all. We're just getting started. But
Anyways,
for
it's been your
warning
mayor.
future,
Thank you.
at least while I'm this small, I don't deal with that free speech bullshit personally. When it comes to attacking somebody else's family, you're gone.
Yeah, there's a line that we don't cross.
Exactly. This ain't no fresh and fit. I got standards. But thank you, Mayor Mercules. And I will have another live stream tomorrow. Hopefully, you'll be able to join.
I can drop in for sure. Anyways,
Yeah, depending on how late I do it.
Yeah, I'm over here on the West Coast, so.
All right, man.
Bit of a
Peace
time
out,
difference.
Puniti.
Puniti.
All right, Rishi, just me and you.
You and me.
What is your overall thoughts on the show, or what are your overall thoughts on the topic?
We covered a lot of ground, honestly. But yeah, I'd say, you gotta keep your fellow men accountable. We talk about women a lot because, with the manosphere, it's usually dealing with, how to deal with this new age feminism, gynocentric system. But, we also have to keep, men accountable too, because where the woman can stab you in the back, the man is also capable of the same betrayal, if that makes sense.
Oh, damn. It makes perfect sense. Rishi pretty much just summarized what we were talking about today.
Yeah.
It's been Sir Yeetus. Hopefully, you guys had a daily dose of red pills. There will be another live stream tomorrow, depending on how early or late I'm going to do the live stream. But there will be a live stream tomorrow. Thank you for being here. And I'm out. Pooh.
But it's you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, Rocky. How about you heal your fucking eyes?
No, shut up, you fucking skeleton. Fuck you. It's just
I'll be.
No.